is at? On the BSU campus, so. They must have changed it. Glad I don't live in Boise anymore.
You want to sit down here or you want to sit up front?
Test, test. Good evening. Are we online ready to go we are, I see the thumbs up. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Nampa City Council meeting. And for those present, thank you for being here tonight. And then for those online, thank you for joining us. So we have a special meeting tonight with a council member appointment this evening. And then I think we have 5 public hearings. And so it's going to be a long night, but it's all great. So as we get started, Jim Halbert is here with us as a pastor of Crossroads. And Jim, thank you for what you do, and thank you for joining us tonight. And to those of you that are typically here, this is a tradition within Nampa, the city of Nampa, that we open in prayer, and I so appreciate it when our pastors come and pray. So thank you for leading us in prayer.
Thank you, Mayor Kling. I do join the pastors of this community, the folks who worship each week in praying for this evening and the work that you have to do. So if you would like to join me in prayer tonight, I'd ask you to bow your heads with me and pray. Lord, we're thankful that we live in a country where we can gather freely and govern as we, the people, see fit. We're thankful for leaders who still realize that without your wisdom, we will not govern as well as we could. Lord, we are on the eve of a re-election, and some here are even facing elections tomorrow. And we ask, first of all, for those that you would give them peace and that you would remind them that you use us as we make ourselves available to you to serve others. And I pray that there would be a peace in their hearts tonight. Lord, in the days of election integrity, controversy, we are thankful for a community that values that and protects that right and the safety of that. Lord, we're also in days of pandemic recovery, which has so many aspects to it. Unemployment, high cost of housing, growth, infrastructure strains, all of those things, Lord, that we face as a city. And Lord, I'm just thankful tonight that we have people in place who know that and know how to handle it and are working together towards answering these issues. Lord, financial issues, the things that we face with budgets and leadership changes, all of these things, Lord, I pray that you will continue to give this team, this leadership team, our city council, our mayor, the wisdom they need. Lord, there's social pressures today on our police departments, our schools, our health care. Lord, we want to lead morally. We want to lead with integrity. And so, Lord, we thank you for those who do that in our community tonight, and we pray for their protection. We pray that you'll guide them and direct them. Lord, we have seen in these days how important local government is. In fact, it's the local governments that are setting direction right now in this country, not the general government. And so, Lord, we pray for your strength and your wisdom for these who lead. Lord, give Mayor Kling and this council not just your blessing, but may your wisdom be evident upon them. Lord, for the men and women of our police and fire department, we thank you for their sacrifice and their service. Protect them, encourage them, give them wisdom that goes beyond their training and skills. For the rest of our first responders in so many areas, we have learned, unfortunately, the hard way, how important they are to us in these days. So, Lord, protect them. So, Lord, we thank you for this evening. Thank you for the good people that are willing to step up and lead. And Lord, we also pray for those who are going to lead in the days ahead, who will be recruited. We ask that you'll call people to this wonderful, amazing opportunity to serve their community. Lord, we know that your way is above our way, but that your way is the only way to live. So Lord, grant the city, our mayor, these leaders, your strength, your wisdom, and your blessing in the days ahead. And we'll be careful to give you all the glory.
Yes.
It's in your name, Jesus, that we pray. Amen.
Amen. So let's join in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Jim, thank you so much for being here this evening and for praying. Thank you. Let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Brunner. Jangula.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Bauer.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. So I do not have any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I abstain.
Thank you. Any other?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
If you don't mind, I would question the alcohol permitting situation. Is this the time to discuss that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what the status is of that location.
Which location are you
I'm
referring
just
to?
pulling it
Okay.
up now, Mayor. Is it TNT? Is that what it is?
Yes,
Yes.
there is one on here.
So the TNT Dynamite Bar and Grill, I'm concerned without going any further with, and speaking with the police department and the committee to see what their status is, if they've complied with.
Your microphone.
His microphone is on, so can you not hear Victor? Okay, I'm sorry. So go ahead and pull
Okay.
it a little closer.
talk a
Thank
little-
you, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I can talk loud. So I'm concerned to see what the status is of this point system with them, and I don't know whether they've complied with some of the requirements set forth by the police department. So I know with the 2 points, I think that's a pretty serious situation getting there, I think. And so I'd like to hear what the condition is at this point.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, what I can let you know is that there were 2 violations on that one day, and it was a site-specific DUI in an open container, and the points will expire on July 28th.
And as long as there are no further points assessed, so even if we approve the license, I don't think we have an opportunity because it's below the total number of points to deny. If they were to accrue additional points, their license would be revoked at that time. But it's within the parameters that their license would be approved based on the number of points they currently have.
Okay,
But they are in a probationary state.
they are now on probation.
Correct, because, well, it's not probation, but when you have, right, you have a year of those points, which will expire then on July,
On
as you said.
July. Okay,
Correct.
that's even better.
And because it's only 2 points, it is considered a minor offense.
Okay, I'm good with that, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes?
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item on our agenda is the opportunity for the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on an agenda or non-agenda item.
Madam Mayor, we have Christian Case who would like to speak on a non-agenda item.
Is Christian here? There you go.
Are you
Good
going to be all night with us there, Christian?
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Hello, Mayor Kling and council members. I would like to mention a new movie that has come out recently. It's called 2,000 Mules. And the point of this new movie is that the 2020 presidential election was probably stolen. And so I would encourage you all to go online and download that movie. It does cost $30. I have not actually seen it, but I listened to a couple of, what do you call them? Well, TV pieces about it. And I was very impressed with it. And so behind the movie is Catherine Engelbrecht and her True the Vote movement. And she did the major work on it, and she was involved in these two videos that I watched. And so anyway, very interesting stuff, and I would appreciate if you would either watch the movie or take a look at True the Vote and Catherine Engelbrecht and see what they had to say. Thank you.
And the name of the movie again was
2000, the number, Mules.
Mules.
Mules. A mule it refers to a person who is paid to take ballots and put them into drop boxes.
Thank you.
And so there are 2,000 of these, and they got these from Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak? We don't have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for 3 minutes? Seeing none, we will move on to our proclamation. So we have 3 different proclamations this evening. And the first one is National Public Works Week. Yeah, I see Tom back there. So, and Tom, I'll hand this to you in just a minute. So, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Nampa. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector. And whereas public works professionals are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for civic leaders and citizens of all ages in the city of Nampa to gain knowledge of and to maintain an interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the city of Nampa is the largest full-service city in the state of Idaho, and whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim May 15 through 21st, 2022, as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make in protecting our health, safety, and quality of life. Tom, would you mind coming forward, and I'll give you this proclamation, but I'd also love for you to say a couple of words. And we have a couple of our streets team here that we will hear from a little bit later, but I want to say, Don Barr, you do such amazing work. You and your team, thank you. And Tom, we are, I am so thankful that you are our Public Works Director for the City of Nampa. You do amazing work. I appreciate your heart of service, your attitude, and just serving our community. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for saying that, Mayor, and recognizing Public Works Week. Just want to thank you, Mayor, and Council for supporting Public Works and our programs. You know, without that support, we wouldn't be able to do what we do for the city and the infrastructure. So, but it's not really, Public Works is all about the team. I mean, we're a big team, and we all help each other out to make sure that things are taken care of 24/7. So the team does all the work, and they deserve all the credit. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another proclamation because this is also National Police Week. And so we're going to read that proclamation. Whereas the President of the United States and the United States Congress have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week of May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas members of the National Police Department dedicate their lives to the security of Nampa, and they play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of Nampa residents. And whereas it is important we all understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, sacrifices of law enforcement agencies, and that law enforcement officers recognize their duty to protect those that they serve. Whereas law enforcement officers, past and present, should be recognized and commended for their dedication, sacrifice, and service. And whereas the men and women of the Nampa Police Department provide a vital public service to our community, and for that we are grateful. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, also proclaim May 15 through 21, 2022 as National Police Week. During this week, we also pay special honor to those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in the performance of their duty. Let us also pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Warren, would you like to come forward? I want to say I'm so proud of our Nampa Police Department. Thank you for being the one that's working this evening. I know the rest where they're at a conference, but I tell you, we have so much to be proud of in the community of Nampa.
Well, I'm glad I
Thank
got to
you.
be here and be the one to accept this, although everybody kept saying, you do the short straw. So despite that, though, thanks for the kind words, Mayor, Council. We have enjoyed tremendous support from all of you and for everybody in the community, not only here tonight in the audience, but also watching online. We are supremely lucky to be working in a community where we have enjoyed tremendous support through thick and thin, and we really, really do appreciate that, all the men and women of the police department. And I'd just like to say I'm honored to share this week with Public Works because I know what a vital part they are to the city, and the city couldn't function without what they do every day too, so I just want to acknowledge them. So thank you again very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And our last proclamation this evening is Hope Week in Nampa. And this is a great way to follow what our police and our public works do, and that is with hope. So, and this has to do with the adverse childhood experiences, such as abuses, neglect, serious household dysfunction, and other events that cause trauma in children and can have lifelong impacts on the physical and mental health. And whereas studies have shown that people who experience multiple ACEs are more profoundly impacted, and whereas Idahoans have experienced 4 or more ACEs at a higher rate than much of the broader United States. And whereas positive childhood experiences, such as forming strong relationships with a trusted adult, experiencing belonging, and building coping skills to deal with stress in a healthy way, have been proven to counter the impact of ACEs. And whereas those experiences promote healthy outcomes from positive experiences or hope. And whereas Idahoans have shared value in ensuring the physical and mental health and well-being of our children. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and now therefore I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, proclaim May 16 through 20, 2022 as Hope Week in Nampa. And I encourage all of our citizens to promote hope in our community. And for council, we have Amy, what do we call it? Our high-fiving. Yes, which is Friday at the schools. And we would invite you, if you're not already scheduled and want to, it's like at 7 in the morning, we meet at the various high schools and we high-five all the students coming in. by the end of the time your hand is sore, that it is the best way to start your day. And so if there are any other citizens that people want to come just to encourage our high school students and say, you know, have a great day, see all the smiling faces and the middle schools. How many schools are they doing it? Do you remember?
I think there's a sign up, what we shared earlier,
Okay.
and then the school district has it on their website.
I've done it at middle schools and then earlier, a couple weeks or a month ago, we did it at high school. So we'll do it at a different high school, but you guys are welcome to join. It's fun. It's the best way to start the day. With that, we will move on. Do I turn my page here? To, I believe this is staff reports. Well, commission and agency reports, which we have none. And our first staff communications is with Doug Racine. Finance.
Mayor, council, we have with us tonight the lead managing auditor for the, and partner for Eide Bailly. It's Kristen Diggs. This is her first year working with us on the audit to keep the audit fresh and to prevent too close of relationships developing between auditor and the audit clientele. They rotate the managing partner or the manager of the audit every couple of 3 years just to keep that professional distance. But Kristen's coming this year and doing a great job, and she's agreed to come and give us a update of the audit results. And I'll turn the time to her.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Doug. So hopefully you guys received the packet. I think it's like 150 pages, good nighttime reading. But anyway, as far as the financial statements go, this is a process that we began last fall with planning and everything. And we started field work in January. We worked through field work, and then we worked to the final issuance at the end of March. And the whole point behind it, obviously, is to issue an unqualified opinion. So we focus pretty heavily on revenue testing, whether or not it's detailed testing, it may be analytics. We go through and we confirm the assets, liabilities, make sure what you guys say is on it, the statement of financial position is actually there. And then we look at your expenses, make sure they appear reasonable. So based upon all that testing that we do, we are able to issue an opinion. So on page 17 of the document that hopefully you guys have is our auditor's opinion. And if you flip to page 2 of it, that's really the paragraph that you want to look at. And on page 2, it talks about what our opinion is. It is an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. So what it says is based upon the financial statement, or based upon our testing, we were able to get comfortable that the numbers that you see in the report is good, okay? The one thing that you will note in the opinion that's a little bit different than last year is a change in accounting principle. And what happened was in note 16, it goes through a little bit more detail, but some of the funds, when management went through and reviewed them this year, felt that they were better represented in other funds. And so because of that, because it changed where they were located at, it did require restatement. So that's not a finding, it's not a deficiency, it's just a change in location essentially. And so because we did restate beginning fund balance and net position, we were required to do a restatement footnote. So if you look at,
Just for clarity, that's
Yep.
for the planning and zoning and
Yep.
fleet when we move them from GenGov to their own departments.
yep. So when you look at note 16, towards the end of the footnotes, you'll see that and kind of see what the effect of all the movement was, okay? In addition to the issue or the audit opinion, we did issue an opinion over internal control over financial reporting and compliance. And so basically what this opinion is, and it's on page 146 of the document, if we had any audit adjustments, if we had any segregation of duty issues, any issues that came up as a result of our audit procedures, this is where we'd have an opportunity to talk about it. We did not have any such issues that came up as a result of our testing. So this was an unmodified opinion, a clean opinion, okay? And then we have a third opinion that we issued. And so what this one was our auditor's opinion on compliance for the major programs. So in the back of the report, you'll see a schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And what this is all the different federal programs that the city, the money that's passed through the city for the money that comes from the federal government. And so what happens is if they meet certain thresholds, we're required to come in and test it. So the staff were very lucky. We got to look through 4 programs this year. I think last year we looked through 1. So the programs that we looked through this year were CDBG, the coronavirus relief funds, the highway planning and construction funds, and then the capitalization grant for clean water, state, and revolving funds. Based upon the testing that we did over those 4 major programs, there were no, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion. So one thing you will note in there was that we did have a finding related to it. It did not lead to material noncompliance, so we're still able to issue an unmodified opinion. But what it was a reporting issue over CDBG where the reports were filed subsequent to year end. There's certain timelines that they're required to file within. They didn't meet them this year because of staff turnover and a variety of reasons. So we were required to report it. So that was a significant deficiency in internal controls. So, but other than that, everything was clean, good to go. With that, do you have any questions?
I'm not seeing any. But thank you for that report.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Thank you for the thoroughness and the work that you do. It's important to us, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, and I did want to thank Michelle and Doug and everyone at the City of Nampa for their help. It's no easy process going through an audit, and so we appreciate all their help. So,
Thanks, Kristen.
yep.
Thank you. Okay, our next staff report is Tom Points, Public Works.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So we have a few items from the staff report for you. So it is Public Works Week, as we mentioned. I just want to let you know we have some activities planned. So the first one is tomorrow at the Streets Yard. We're going to have some school kids from the Idaho Arts come over and go through our hands-on exhibits. So we'll have all of the divisions represented. So we'll have airport and fleet and streets and water, wastewater, environmental compliance, engineering. So we'll all have, it's a real fun event for everybody. It's fun for us, it's fun for the kids. And then Don has a little parade at the end that he has his equipment drive by and the kids can look at it. So that'll be fun. And then I do, also on Wednesday, we have our picnic. And I want to invite all the council and the mayor for that picnic. So it's at 11:30 to 1:30 at Liberty Park Picnic Shelter. So
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Liberty Park Picnic Shelter. So, so a couple things, happening on Public Works Week. So we're excited for that. And then I'm gonna skip down to the wastewater treatment plant report. So you've got your 2-pager in there. Just a couple things. We're up to $85 million on our loan out of the 165 from the DEQ. Group D, which is a digester, that's construction is complete. And then Group F, we're working on doing a lot of dirt moving right now, and then electrical work. So things are progressing well. Okay, and then so our streets employee, we've got a streets employee that has completed the Road Scholar and Road Master program. So Trenton Rothwell has completed that, and so he's here today, and also Dan Kuhns from LTAC is here to actually provide the award. So I'm gonna have Dan come up, and Dan and I used to work together at ITD years ago, so it's good to see him again.
Mayor, Council, my name's Dan Kuhns. I'm the T2 Director. It's part of a hat that I wear at LTAC. And Tom and I, it's been a long time, but yeah, we used to work many moons ago at ITD. So I just wanted to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to present 2 awards to one person, right? And on Public Works Week, it's that, I don't know, you guys timed it pretty good for this. So I just wanted to kind of tell you a little bit about the T2 Center before I make the presentation. So the T2 Center provides training and technical assistance throughout the state of Idaho for all of the jurisdictions, highway districts, cities, counties. And as part of that, there is a technical assistance portion. Not only do we do the training, but we provide technical assistance. So that's whenever your staff calls us and asks us questions, and we try to give them the resources and the information as we can, or we direct them to a particular individual that might have more information. As part of that, and the reason why I'm here is the training portion of the T2 Center is offered in the form of classes held throughout the state. It's approximately 10 months out of the year. The spring, the spring and the fall session. The classes we offer cover a wide variety of courses, not only technical assistance in terms of the pavement management and those kinds of things, but also managing conflicts and being able to help and support a lot of the citizens that you have to deal with in terms of providing information and being very diligent about corresponding with that. So there's a few things that we do to help guide them. So we've got two programs, as Tom has said. So there's a Road Scholar. Road Scholar is 11 classes, 7 core classes, and 4 electives. And for each student, we allow 4 years to complete. Now, however, we've gone through a bit of a COVID thing, so we allow a little leniency on that in terms of either a 1 or 2 year extension. So the other portion of that is the Roadmaster. So that's also a 4-year completion timeframe. That's 4 core classes and 5 electives. And we always ask folks to, if you need any additional training, any new classes that we aren't currently having in our program, we always like to allow an opportunity even at a different facility or even a close by facility within the city. So one thing is I'm relatively new, so I've been working for about almost a year in the T2 director position, but I also brought with me Nancy Zebart, who is our training coordinator. This is unusual that we both would be here to make this presentation, but as we always like to provide more information, and Nancy's going to help us do some of these presentations in front of everybody as well. So with that, I would like to present certifications for both here. For Trent Bothwell. Trent? You got 2 hands, so
Yeah.
you got to use them.
All right.
Cool. Nice.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we always give swag away, right? Because you have to do that. So we've got a hat and a Leatherman for doing the Road Scholar. And for the Roadmaster, this is the Primo.
Nice.
Hope
That
it
is
fits,
nice.
right? It looks like it will fit.
I think you need to put it on, and then we need to come up here with Dawn, your supervisors, Tom, you guys need a picture together. So all of you come up, and Dan, you too,
Okay.
and let's get a picture with you with your jacket on and your awards and with the entire team.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Be in the picture.
Yeah, without you guys' support, it's really nice that you support having your staff come out and do some of our training, so.
Well, the
appreciate
training
that.
is so important, and the work that they do is not easy work.
Hey, Mayor, I always have an add-on, but just a
Okay.
quick question. So Mayor, Don, and Tom, and Doug, does this mean an increase in pay also since you did all this?
Did you see Don? He said yes.
Yeah, we're recording, Bobby. Nice jacket.
congratulations. Thank you. And thank you for being with us in the city of Nampa. Really appreciate it.
How old's the young guy?
He's 4.
And what's it? Yeah.
Asher? Yeah. All right.
Hi,
Pretty
Asher.
Pretty proud of dad, huh, Asher?
Yeah. It's good. Thank you, guys. And you know what, Don? We're proud of you and your team. Thank you, guys, for the work that you do. We are really, truly blessed to have the team that we've got. You guys work hard, and it's not an easy job, but I appreciate the diligence. And you know what? When you look at the end, like with chip sealing and all it's so intricate. And there's a lot. Stewardship is important to the city of Nampa, and you guys take such good care of the equipment and maintaining it. And I just want to, thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work. Thank you for being here tonight. At that, we're ready to move on to the new business portion of our meeting. And the first item is item 6.1. This is an action item. It's a request for reconsideration of a development agreement modification of ordinance number 3443 and subdivision short plat approval. This has to do with Greenbrier Estates number 3 to allow for 7 residential lots and 1 common lot in a residential professional zoning district for John Esposito. And as we step into this item, I'd like to defer to legal. Todd, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So just a reminder, on a reconsideration request, you don't take any additional testimony or evidence. It's just the letter that's submitted. Then you have the city code provision, which says they can request reconsideration if they present new information that challenges your deliberations, or they can point out deficiencies under state code. But all that said, it's up to you and your discretion whether you decide you want to reconsider that case or not.
Thank you. So with that, there is no testimony, so what would the will of the council be? I know you've received the letter in your packet.
Mayor, I'm going to deny this request for reconsideration of development agreement.
Second.
Okay, so there is a motion to deny the request for reconsideration. It has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just from a standpoint of, I'm going to support the motion, obviously, but we do need to state that there are no substantial changes that came before us, and there's nothing that we received that would warrant a change in our decision that we made in our prior council meeting, so that's why I would have made the same motion.
Thank you. Yes, legal. Todd?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just point out there, they were proposing to change their access point, almost like a different application. But again, you have the discretion to say we're satisfied with our decision. We don't see any deficiencies. Those are the kind of reasons you can state for your.
Mayor, I'm going to go along with the motion, but that was my main reason for denying it. The first place was the Rain Tree properties being, traffic going through there. So I think there's other challenges too, but yes, thank you, Lego, for clarifying that there was a change in their request.
Any further comments, Todd?
No, Madam Mayor. Again, well, let me just add to Councilmember Bruner's comment. I think they perceived that was one of the primary reasons, but again, you're satisfied with the development agreement and their commitment to do what they said. And as Councilmember Bruner said, if there are other concerns in addition to that, those would be grounds to uphold the decision and deny the request.
Okay. Thank you. Based on your comments, I think that's the feeling of the council. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
And then a yes is to deny, is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Pingula.
Yes.
Coverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 6.2 on the agenda is the opportunity to confirm the appointment of Dale Reynolds to Nampa City Council seat 4. And I think Rick Hogaboam is going to open us up.
Answering some questions for a citizen on that. Good evening. As you'll find on your agenda, the mayor's appointment of Dale Reynolds to seat 4 on the city council. I've been in correspondence, I think, with all of you through the process to inform you kind of how we have gotten to the point where the mayor has made this pick. So just in brief, we put the word out through a public, we did a press release to call for applicants, and we got 12 applicants. Of those 12 applicants, 11 actually answered the questions. We had a follow-up kind of screening period where we asked about 7 questions that gave some insight into who these folks were beyond just their letter of interest and a resume. We had a committee. I had shared the list of who that committee was, but it was a citizen committee as well as some city staff that scored those applications as well as their questions, because we were trying to shortlist the number of people that we would interview in a final piece. But we included faith leader, Pastor Dan Manjack. We included Larry Olmsted, who's part of the kind of the Concerned Citizens group and a former member of the Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Sharon Harris, who's the chair of the Impact Fee Committee. Curtis Homer, who's a former council member as well as the former police chief. Peggy Salman, who's the current chair on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mitch Minetti, who's the CEO of the Nampa Chamber. Mari Ramos, who's an admin for the Idaho Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Police Chief Huff, Tom Points, Cliff Long, and Shar Tim. After that process, there was an interview final interview process that consisted of the mayor, myself, former councilwoman Sandy Levi, and Council President Haverfield and Councilmember Bauer. The three people, it's been in the press release who those 3 were, and the finalists that were interviewed. And after a day of interviews, there was a consensus that emerged of Dale Reynolds as being the person who should be brought forward. We'll be clear, I'm saying consensus. It was a consensus position of the members of the board. Dale Reynolds is an accomplished person. I'm not going to read his entire resume, but he does serve in the community as the current president for the God and Country Rally. He attends Crossroads. That's why I think Pastor Jim's hanging out, because I don't think Pastor Jim likes to just hang out all night long. But Pastor Barry McGarrett and his wife are also here. So I know that the church community is very important to him, that he's a part of. He's a business owner. He's a former elected assessor at Gem County. He was also the Planning and Zoning Commission chairman for Gem County. And he likes to teach hunting, which is something that I might call him on because I haven't hunted yet. But he has a long resume of a lot of accomplishments in this community. So that's why he emerged, and that this is not to speak in any way disparagingly of the other applicants. Nampa has so many fine people, many of whom would be capable of serving in that seat, but he emerged. The mayor only gets to appoint 1 person for your consideration. The statute says that you get to consent to the mayor's appointment to the seat. He would serve the duration of the term, which ends next year. And we are also moving to council districts. You're all well aware of this. That is going to cause a lot of change and disruption to the future elections. And I will have an update maybe at a future council meeting. We are going to seat that committee. We have some applicants to move forward on that. And while the address of the applicants was not taken into consideration for points for or against an applicant, we were looking for the most qualified. It just so happens that Mr. Reynolds does live east of 12th, south of Albertsons, and does live in an area that is somewhat geographically diverse of the makeup of the council. So kind of in the spirit of that, there is some added bonus points of having someone who doesn't live like down the street from Randy Haverfield or down the street from Jacob, because it would be inevitable that there would be a face-off. But again, that was not in any way used to discount anyone. We were looking for the most qualified person without looking at address. But when you look at addresses on addition, since I'm going to be working on the districting committee, it does allow more diversity in the spirit of the current statute, which isn't yet in effect, to allow council members to try to be as diverse from the city. So happy to stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
I don't agree with the process. I think our process was hurried, and I believe that this should have been taken into consideration. First of all, you had 11 applicants. I believe that when the review committee makes a summation based on documents and based on history and what they're all about in terms of answering the questions that were administered to them, that you don't get a real sense of who they are, what they are, and how dedicated they are to our community. You only get a view of what they write. The other thing that I'm concerned about was this, is I looked at all those applicants, and I basically had a hole in my heart wondering, what are they really like? I only knew, I think, 3, but they're somewhat involved in the community, so I knew them that way. But I wanted to tell what they're all about. You can't do that by giving people numbers. When those applications were submitted to you, it had their evaluations by the committee. I would have preferred that those committee members be allowed to interview all 11 or 12, all of them, because then you get a real sense of what they're all about. Example, you have a man walking in here and he has a police officer sign in front of his chest. And you have another man walk in here and he has library worker. Well, for the mere fact that the police officer is a first responder, they have the same qualifications, you would think, commonsensually, it would be the police officer would take the role. However, if you don't interview those two, you don't really know what they're all about. This police officer could have been the worst cop in the world, and the library man was attentive, dedicated, and a true patriot, and is involved in our community. So that's the difference that I see, that we might have missed something along the way. Now, as a city councilman, I'm looking at all these applicants. I don't get a choice. The choice was made by our staff and by my fellow councilmen. And the choice that I would have taken maybe would have been different. However, that's just perception. But the thing about it is that I wanted everyone to get a fair shake of how they would come out in summary. Then at that point, all the applicants would feel fair, that they got a good chance at it. Once, of course, the mayor can pick anyone she wants. That's just the way it is. And I thank her for getting the community involved. I do. But then again, when you constrict the list of applicants, and I've told you this before, it shouldn't be 3, it should be all of them. Those packets should have been sent to the council so we could see what these folks are all about. Mm-hmm. And then maybe make a determination. I will not label 1, 3, 4, 5 or down. I won't do that, because each one has their own resources. Each one has an ability to give to the community, which we were looking for. I don't have that now. So I'm going to apologize to Mr. Reynolds. And I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds, but I will be voting no, because I believe the process was not fair to everyone. Now, I could be wrong. That's just my opinion only. But I think we might have hurried this a little bit too much. And I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. I really had a hard time with this. But I won't be hurried, and I won't be forced and pushed to make a decision that I'm just a little bit concerned with. Mr. Reynolds has every right to be on this council. It's just the process. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, appreciate the feedback. I actually, I won't spend a long time explaining here, but I did consult with a lot of municipal, actually the Municipal Technical Advisory Service, and looking for a lot of national guidance and how you go about following a council vacancy. Our statute simply says, and you're already well aware of this, I hear your concerns with the process that the mayor appoint and council consent. How you get there, I found that you could find 100 different opinions among, and that's not in any way to diminish your opinion on this. There are a lot of different opinions about how to get to it. Some Some recommend actually having a short list that's already predetermined, which is interesting. That in a case that there's a vacancy, that there's already a list of 4 or 5 people that the mayor and council have already pre-committed to in the case of succession planning. So when there's a vacancy, you go straight to a list. That's an interesting idea. Some say the mayor should actually just recruit someone that the mayor feels is good and call them into her office and have a one-on-one interview. And once she's sold that someone would serve well, just move forward that way and not have a long process of, so, you know, I apologize that this has felt like a rush process. You know, I think that there's different ways that the process could have been. Do you have a larger pool of reviewers or smaller pool? Do you interview everyone? Clearly there's challenges, you know, when we post job positions, and I know this is a significant position that we're filling, that you get lots of applications, and there's always a challenge with how much time do you spend interviewing. There's always the fear that you are making some shortlisting criteria to get to a short pool of people that you actually interview to fill that job. And there's always the risk, Councilman, that there might have been someone that you didn't interview that may have interviewed well, but I think that there's a balance of who are these people, how long have they lived in the community? There's some people who applied that just moved here a year or two ago, who might have excellent credentials, a PhD, and how much do you weigh their education? How much do you weigh how long they've lived here? How much do you weigh a lot of criteria? It is a challenge. It is a challenge, and I wish that it wasn't something that you felt rushed on. I respect your convictions, Councilman.
Well, Mayor, if I could. The thing about it, Rick, is that as councilmen, we get about 500 to 700 pages of documents every 2 weeks. We read those documents, and we understand that we are not to make a decision until we actually hear testimony. Once we hear testimony, then we can decide. And this is the same concept of the interview committee or the review interview committee that follows the same line as what we do. And I wish that would have been followed, but you know, I think maybe down the road, maybe we can change a little bit. I don't know. I'm just saying this is my opinion only, and I hope the best for Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah.
So I would like to speak to this, and actually, this process is the same process we used 2 years ago when Rick Hogelbaum stepped down from council. And at that time, there were no concerns brought forth at all about the process. It was, my goal in a process is that it is fair. And when we chose, it was an identical process to what we did 2 years ago. And with that, I did not speak to any of the people that were actually on that interview committee. I didn't have one conversation with them. I respect our citizens' input. And this is a process that we didn't even have to go through, but we did because I respect our citizens. And for us to step back, if we don't like what they decided and say, no, we're not gonna listen, I didn't feel that that was right. And so we deferred to our citizen, and it did have a few senior staff members on it. They made a decision, and there are some numbers and the people that came forward at the top of the list, and we had a great interview. And you know what? Any number of those people could have served well. And I was so impressed with the team. Marjorie Potter's sitting here, and she was one of them, and I hope you'll run in the future, because she's amazing. Wendy Rhodes was the other person that was interviewed, and they did rise to the top of the list. And I recognize there are some people on the list that didn't, and some wish they would have, but I deferred to the Citizen Committee, and I think we had a great pool of candidates, and those that came to the top were great. And then we went through an interview process, and we did have discussions about what we should do. But I don't know if any of our other council members, if Jacob or Randy, would you like to say something? Yes, Councilman Bauer.
Yeah. So first of all, Margie, you interviewed really, really well. So just wanted you to know that before I forgot that. You did. You did. You interviewed really well. Really, you should be proud of yourself. You interviewed well. Second of all, no one can replace Sandy Levi. I think I've even said this multiple times. If I had to run against anyone on this council, she'd be the last person I would run against. I'm not, you know, I would put my house on it because she would win an election versus anyone. She is so involved in this community. And, you know, I started out being on, like, opposed to her at first when I got into this stuff, and then I got to know her and got to really know her and realize how conservative she is, how involved she is, and I was really upset with her that she is stepping down, because I don't like appointments at all. I wish we could have just put this on the election, because I feel like anyone on council should be elected. So when making this decision, that's my number one, is trying to choose someone that would actually win an election. To Victor's point, I don't like the process either. I respect the mayor and Rick tremendously, because, Caldwell, they just, other towns, they just choose who they want, and then the council can vote. So I am appreciative that the mayor had a process. I would like to see more small business owners in the 11. When you're a small business and you have 10 employees, I wrote a check today, a big old check, and I thought I was having a good month. And then there's just something, a small business owner, they're paying the majority of the taxes in this town. So I'd like to see small business owners that have more than 10 employees in that list, and lots of them, because they're just in a different demographic and they understand the economy more so than others. And I appreciate all the other people that were on the list, but it was just, for me, it was pretty government related people on the list. So to Victor's point, the process can always be scrutinized. I do appreciate the mayor and Rick and the others for trying to make a process that would, it's just a difficult situation because it's not an elected position. And my other advice would be maybe put council into that 11. I'm not sure if that's legal or not, and have them pick some of the, be part of that, the group. When it comes to Dale, it was important to me because Sandy stepping down, and I'm still upset with her for stepping down, because I really loved her. She was one of my favorites, and get even a little emotional because I just really appreciate her, how much she did, and especially during the pandemic, how she stood up for the citizens in the community. But it was important to me that now she's gone and we got these redistricting going on. It's just, it makes me very scared because government is, I mean, we've seen what happened to Boise and other governments. It can go downhill really fast. So this whole redistricting scares me. Within 2 years, this whole thing could be completely different. And so I was really worried about this specific appointment. And Rick said that we weren't considering some of the areas. I was, because I like who we have. And I didn't want necessarily to pick someone in the zone. So I don't know whether that's part of it, but even before anyone was selected, I was telling Mayor, I like the East, get someone different, didn't want someone competing with Victor Natalie, or Darrell. So I appreciate that an East person was picked, and that with the redistricting, we can see what this person does in the next couple of years, and then the election can decide. So picking someone that could win an election. I did talk to Dale. I did a lot of, I contacted Hubert. I contacted, I'm losing my mind here. I contacted the three concerned citizens that I really highly respect, Hubert, Larry, and Ron. Those guys are like mentors to me, and I asked them both, and I got their insight, and they kind of helped me kind of figure out, like, okay, well, what's your non-negotiables? And to me, and Dale kind of promised me some of these non-negotiables that I think that's made our town really, really good, and why we're voted the best town in some national areas. Is he's against foregone taxes, he's against wasteful urban renewal projects, and he's against taking the full 3%. So those were my non-negotiables. He passed them. He's passing the social things that are important to this council. He is very smart. I also did some more digging on some of the people he used to work for. And I like that he did work for a smaller government. Those smaller governments are usually more conservative, and that, kind of those principles that got back my non-negotiables, the urban renewals, the foregone taxes, some of those things, he's seen those things. And he's gonna, if he is appointed, he'll come in without a learning curve. He'll be able to come right in. And it took me like a year, I felt like, just to kind of figure everything out, and he's not gonna have that learning curve. So this is a really difficult decision. I understand if council members are a no on it. I thought about it, I prayed about it, and he's gonna be a yes to me based on my conversation with him and some of the promises that were made, and based on, I like that he's a small business owner, and that just brings a lot of merit to me. So I'll let someone else speak now.
And if
Anyone
there's
else?
no further questions from me, I'm happy to sit. But if you have any questions, I'll go sit down because it sounds like
You
maybe
may
there's
sit down, but you
deliberation.
can just sit down in the front for a minute, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick. Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. It was a delight to be a part of the process. I thought this was the second time that I've been involved with a selection process when Rick stepped over into your office, and man, we must have had 40 candidates, I think, that applied for his position, thinking that it was an easy shoes to fill, I guess. But to Victor's point, I can understand it, the concern, because there were a few people on the list that I would have liked to have interviewed. It just wouldn't have been fun. But the elephant in the room right now that we're not considering, or at least I haven't heard it yet, is trust. There was a process that was put in place when Rick stepped down, and that process was followed. Gene took his place. So it wasn't male for a male, it wasn't a female for a female, it was a female for a male. So it had nothing to do with gender. It was about character and qualifications, and I think the desire to serve. The three that we interviewed that were selected by a committee to have us interview were all exemplary. Again, like Jacob said, Marjorie, you did a wonderful job. You came in and blew me away. But at the end of the process, I felt like we had done our due diligence. We had determined an outcome to recommend to the mayor. And I was very comfortable with that. And I had a trust in the process. I had a trust in the fact that we had a lot of other people involved in the selection of putting those three candidates in front of us to interview. I think Dale will do a wonderful job as a councilman because he has the character and experience behind him that he'll be able to bring information that others might not have, and an understanding of the process that others might not have. So I think that's important. But above it all, what I found in him was he was a quiet, spoken person, a man of faith and conviction and conservative values. Like Jacob had mentioned, if there were boxes to check off, foregone was one of my boxes. I wasn't going to go down that path. And, there's just certain things that I appreciated about his demeanor and his character, and I believe he'll serve us well. If he's reelected, if he runs at a year and a half from now, that's for the population of Nampa to decide. But we just need someone to come in that's going to help us make wise and discerning decisions. So I support him and supported him to the mayor as a recommendation.
Thank you. There has been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor,
I'm sorry, there wasn't? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't ask me why I'm thinking that there was, but thank you.
I just want to say I agree with Victor and Bauer about the process, and I know you can pick apart any process. I really appreciate there being a committee and all the effort and everyone that took part in that, because it's a lot of work to sift through. So I appreciate everybody's efforts. For me, as a council member, it would have been really helpful to be able to interview everyone, because like Council Member Rodriguez said, kind of just sitting down and getting that feel for somebody. They can look good on paper, but how do you really weigh, the degree versus experience or whatever? And I think that that's really valuable to feel. So just my feedback moving forward, if in the future, if we could have a process like that where we could interview everyone, I would like that. I'd be in favor of that. But I just want to say, I did speak with Dale yesterday. We spoke for almost an hour, and we had a great conversation, and I really appreciated the things that he said. And because the public can't vote, I did make myself available for people to reach out to me. And Dale, I just want you to know that there's a lot of people that did reach out to me that have wonderful things to say about you. So you have a great reputation, and there's a lot of people in the community that really do appreciate you and love you and think you'll do great. So passing that along. Yeah, that's just my feedback there. But yeah, I think Dale would be fantastic for the council and really bring a lot to the table here to be in support, so.
Thank you. Well, I sincerely apologize that I'm thinking that we have a motion and we don't, so shame on me. So with that, what is the will of the council?
You want to say anything, Bill?
I trust.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling, I will recommend that we confirm the appointment of Dale Reynolds to seat number 4 in the city council. I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Brunner,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
And Dale, I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. Would you like to come forward? Come forward and greet us. And I will say that the swearing in, I appreciate Dale's willingness to serve. Rick, thank you for overseeing the process, and the swearing in will be at our next council meeting, and we'll be in touch with you regarding next steps for you. But thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you. It's I'm like I said in my statement, I'm humbled and honored. I appreciate your opinion, Victor, and I appreciate the support and the kind things. And I think it's really important now more than ever to step up and serve. And we need good, solid decision makers in our community. And I have really appreciated what our mayor has done for the citizens of Nampa. It's very important to me. And for those towns around us, they should take notice because this is a good model. So, and thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to having you join us up here. So family, come back to the next meeting. I believe it is on January the 6th. We'll do your swearing. I'm sorry, June. You know,
All in favor?
all I can say is it's been a day, and we're just starting the council meeting, so you guys can keep me in line tonight. And you know what, Jim, earlier I said we never take ourselves too seriously. It's Lord, help me not mess it up. So I look forward to you joining us on June 6th for the swearing in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Darrell didn't hear it.
He didn't what?
Darrell didn't hear it.
No, he didn't catch it at all. No worries, yeah, to her.
Okay, so it is a little bit after 6:30, and it is time for our public hearings to start, and that is section 7 on our agenda. So we will move to that right now. And our first public hearing is an action item. This is annexation. And, well, before I start, I do want to say something just for all the public hearings. I'm assuming everyone's here. So one thing I forget to mention is that the applicant has 10 minutes to present at the beginning of each public hearing. When we open it up for public, and then staff will come back with a staff report. Following that, we open it up for public comment. Those public comments are 3 minutes each. And if someone wants to defer and they just want to stand and say, I don't need to speak, but I am in support or opposition, you're welcome to do so. Shar will keep us in line with the timing as we move forward. And then at the conclusion of the public hearing, the applicant will have the opportunity to come back and give closing comments Once we close public hearing, then there is no further comment following that. So that's just a really quick overview of the process that we're going to step into tonight. So the first item is item 7.1. This is an action item. This is zoning and annexation and zoning to light industrial at 21 North Happy Valley Road. This is for, I'm going to say this name wrong. Roglio? Would you like, yes, and I'll let you come forward and share your name and address, and how do you say your name correctly, and I'm so sorry.
It's close enough, Rogelio.
Rogelio. And your last name?
Gallegos.
Thank you.
And I am Maria Gallegos, the louder speaker of the two. We live on 29 North Happy Valley Road in Nampa, Idaho, and we're here to, this is our second meeting before you, Mayor and council members, hopefully to get an approval for rezoning our property to light industrial with caretaker residents for the purposes of having an auto repair business at the site. We'd like to say that we've worked extremely hard to clean up the property and get everything ready, make it presentable for our neighbors and for our community. And hopefully that's taken into consideration because we've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that, literally. So yes, we're here to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions before we step into staff report? Okay, so we don't have any questions right now. We may when we come back.
Okay.
And so we'll do the staff report, and then we'll have you come back at the end of public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christy, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The request before you this evening is the request for annexation and zoning to IL, which is light industrial, at 29 North Happy Valley Road so that they can establish an auto repair business and use the existing house as a caretaker's residence on the site, which is an allowed use in the IL zone. So as usual, we'll go over the conclusions of law that you must find in making your decision. Staff has done this preliminarily for you. Staff finds that the property will be contiguous with the city limits on the south and southwest, where the Nampa Airport runway meets North Happy Valley Road. Staff also finds that the proposed IL zoning is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, which is industrial for that area. The third point is your most flexible point, where you have the liberty to determine whether the timing and location is appropriate for this annexation request. As far as zoning is concerned, staff finds that the IL zone, again, is consistent with the Future Land Use Map. We find that auto repair services and a caretaker's residence to be reasonably compatible with the other uses in the area. Staff finds that the proposed IL zone does match the zoning that already exists south of the Nampa Airport. Staff finds that the IL zone would not create a spot zone because it is inconsistent with the Future Land Use Map. And staff finds that the proposed annexation and uses are consistent with the goals that are identified in the Nampa Comprehensive Plan. So based upon this analysis that was completed utilizing these conclusions of law, staff can reasonably recommend that the council approve this project. So this property is located on the west side of North Happy Valley Road. To the north is Canyon County residential property. To the south is industrial property, which is the Nampa Airport. To the east is Canyon County residential properties, and to the west is the airport and more residential properties. City services and sewer system, it has the capacity to serve this property as it stands. The correspondence that we received was from the building department and the engineering department with their standard comments, must meet Title IV, and then the engineering department does have some right-of-way dedication requirements. These are the conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. And these are the motions that are before you this evening. I will stand for any questions.
Questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, I guess that was easy.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we are going to move into the public testimony.
Madam Mayor, there is no one signed up.
There's no one signed up to testify on this matter. Okay. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item this evening? And no one online? No? Okay, seeing none. This is an opportunity for our applicant to come back if you have any closing comments. And council, do you have questions for the applicants? No questions, and you're welcome to make a closing statement if you would like.
We welcome council members and the mayor to come by the property and take a look at what we've done with it. We're extremely proud of the progress that we've made in, 6 years? Yeah. We just, between the two of us and a little, what is it, backhoe?
Yeah.
Tore down the last piece of the building that was used to slaughter some animals on the property, which is kind of bittersweet because we know someone else put their blood, sweat, and tears into that property also. But we've utilized some of the beams from some of the property into our home to make it more decorative and also honor the previous owner. So yeah, we're just happy to hopefully move forward with our plans.
Good for you. Thank you for maintaining
Yes.
that heritage. That's awesome. Thank you.
And,
Council, do you-
yeah, so we would be interested in any assignment of interviewing any next party for city council seat number 4. Yes. I like that recommendation, and I also understand where you're coming from. So it's been really interesting sitting here and listening to these meetings that we normally don't get the opportunity to attend, or I shouldn't say opportunity because I think it's always been there. But it's interesting now that we have been being able to see what you all do here and also appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Sure.
The type of business that you'll have on site, it's automotive related,
The existing right now?
that you plan on?
The type of
Oh,
business,
it's
yes.
auto repair, yes.
Auto repair?
Yes.
Any specific type of auto repair?
It's just gonna be just like undercar suspension, alignments. That's pretty much.
So will you be the only tenant on the site, or are you thinking about eventually having multi-tenants on the site with you?
Just us.
Just us, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And can you clarify when you say the only tenants, like living on our property, or?
If you have the intent to create a building that could have lease spaces in it, so it's
Oh.
a multi-tenant type of building?
Oh,
No,
no.
no.
Just yourself?
Yeah,
Yes.
just-
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman Hatterfield, they do not repair BMWs.
Well, they might.
Are there any other questions from council for our applicant this evening? See,
That's right.
and I'm sorry I didn't catch it. So, see none, thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
He's
Oh.
he's pronouncing it properly.
I'll pronounce it correctly for you.
Thank you.
It's my honor. I move to approve the annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning District 29 for Rogelio Gallegos. For you people that don't speak Spanish, Rogelio Gallegos. And with all conditions listed in the staff report, and welcome to Nampa.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Jangula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I would like to say that I've driven by your property for the last 6 years since you've owned it, and you have done a beautiful job. It's a wonderful improvement to the end of our Nampa Airport runway, and thank you for the work that you've done and the improvements that you've made. So, thank you so much.
Mayor, I'll make a comment too. I unsolicited, someone asked me what was going on over there, and now I know.
Okay, and you're welcome to leave. You do not have to stay any longer. So, the next item on our agenda, 7.2, is an annexation and zoning to single-family residential 22,000 square foot zoning district at 703 West Dooley. This is for Blake Wolf, representing Robert and Virginia Pearsall Revocable Trust. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Blake Wolf. I live at 843 West Horizon Way here in Nampa. This 3.5 acres I have under contract with the Pearsall family. It's the last remaining parcel of their farm, which I believe went from here all the way to Midland and all of Raintree at one point. Right now, the whole western boundary is Raintree subdivision, and it's their bigger lots, roughly ½ acre to 3/4 acre in size. As you can see, the big backyards. Our former mayor, Tom Dale, lives right there too. Everything to the south and north and east are all county parcels, fairly newer subdivisions, bigger parcels, 1 to 2 acres. My intent is to bring it into the city, into the largest single-family zoning that we have. And just like any infill, this one has some unique characteristics. One is the sewer line is not available. It's available for the right price, but it's a long ways away. So we need to go septics, which is nice in this scenario because it will keep the lots bigger, which is why we're at just 4 lots for 3.5 acres. The other unique characteristic is the main transmission power lines go right through the eastern boundary. It follows that angle all along the eastern boundary. It's the same ones that go through Summit Ridge, Red Hawk, Star Pass Ridge. Just create some unique building envelopes where you can't put a structure under them, but you can do drain fields and lawns and everything but a structure under that easement. The one other clarification I need to make on the staff report is there was a write-in on a concern about a road going through. This is just a driveway that will service 4 lots. It's not a road, it will dead end. My little pencil sketch was that next slide. During the neighborhood meeting, one concern was the western side of the driveway. They would like a shorter privacy fence, if you can call it that, solid fence, like a vinyl fence that we agreed upon that I would do and front the cost and install it, and then we would agree upon color. That was with our former mayor and a couple of his neighbors. What else can I tell you about this? Pretty straightforward. The 4 lots keeps us at the maximum lot size that zoning will allow and still be okay with the septics in the city. And then the other utilities will be city utilities. So that's it.
Thank you, Blake. Are there questions? Yes.
Blake, so the driveway, is it its own common lot?
Most likely it will be. We'll need some common space. I think it'll be easier for maintenance and for that little subdivision. This will come back before you as a plat one day.
So it's not a shared, I mean, it's not an easement across the properties, it's its own lot?
It'll be its own lot, yeah.
Okay, with a turnaround, it looks like
Yes.
at the rear. So there's 4 lots that will be accessing off the common?
Correct.
Okay.
And then that transmission line would be the furthest right side of those numbers I hand wrote in there.
Okay, so the area of the lots themselves will be at the 22,000 square feet each?
They'll be at the higher end, so there's some variance in what you can do in there. I think they're gonna be around 30,000, but that's how the zoning reads. And that's good in this scenario because of the septics. And then you have to have that replacement area for the drain fields.
The reason to come into the city is for water? Is that what you're hoping?
Water and a little bit of density. Yeah.
I guess you're right, it's
Yeah,
close with county.
yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
Blake doesn't affect what you're asking for here, but what is your plan? Are you building and then custom homes? Is it for already people who have purchased?
I've got a builder that will take all 4. I might do 2 and have him do 2.
You're just moving the land?
Yeah, right
Okay.
now. Yep.
And so one builder's gonna do all 4 of these?
We haven't signed any agreements, but he said he would take all 4, and I kind of want to keep a couple, so we'll see.
Any other questions? Thank you. Rodney?
Mayor and Council, for the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. Sorry. Okay, so we've already gone over the request. Just to quickly point out something, the original request came in at 3 lots. That was changed soon after their application, so there may be some things that the public has seen in the distant past about 3 units, but we've got 4 units now. And maybe I could just address Councilman Haverfield's comment about the driveway. When it comes in for the plat, they may have to have that as its own separate parcel in order to get the correct size of those parcels. So
The reason I asked, Mayor, is because I'm going through this same thing over Meridian, and that's what they
Yeah.
require.
Yeah.
It's on its own lot.
Mayor Kling? If I could, Rodney. So on this driveway access, is that private property? Is that going to be city property?
that would be private.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep. So the commission, Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval, and they included the proposed conditions at the end of this presentation. I'll show you those. With that, the staff also recommends approval based on the conclusions of law that I'll go through. But council does have significant liberty to approve or deny this. This is for annexation. And as you can see at number 3 below, the council needs to consider whether this is necessary to assure the orderly development of the community. So you might want to look at timing and just whether it fits, it's compatible with what is being proposed in the area. So I'll just quickly go through these. That first one, it's compliant. It's contiguous to city limits in a couple of places. In fact, it's an enclaved property. It's a part of a larger enclaved area, but it is pretty well surrounded by city development. The proposed zoning district is consistent with the comprehensive plan. As has been stated, it's low density in the comprehensive plan. And then that third one, you have lots of flexibility here. And then here are the zoning criteria. Essentially, they follow the same kind of general information. Does it meet the comprehensive plan? Is it compatible with the existing uses in the area? And staff finds that all these apply to this project. So comprehensive plan, low density residential, medium density to the north, you can see that there, surrounded by other single family homes, similar size to what they're proposing. Services are somewhat available, but as he mentioned, they would need to go on septic. So zoning, we have RS6 around there, but those RS6, this is a problem we've had in the past where we zoned them the higher density designation of RS6, and yet the size of the lots are much larger than the RS6 would allow. We've tightened that up so that that doesn't happen in the future, but this is the challenge we have. So he's proposing to go to RS22, which is compliant with the comprehensive plan. And the zoning, there's not an RS22 around it, or at least right next to it, but it still is compliant with the comprehensive plan, and so it's not a spot zone. Single-family dwellings are permitted in the RS22 zone. You can see here the maximum lot size is 32,000 square feet. That's what he was referring to. These will be at about that range, so it's very similar to the ones to the west. You are able to put a development agreement on here if you choose. Typical responses from our building department and our engineering department, it doesn't warrant a traffic impact study at all. They talked about the need to dedicate the right-of-way, pretty standard comments. So. And then their conditions here. And then we had one comment that Mr. Wolf referred to. One of the neighbors was concerned about access into their subdivision, and I think they just misunderstood where access was coming from. It's just coming through to the north. There's no plan to go through a subdivision to get access to this property. So I'm going to kind of skip over this. You've got this in your staff report. It's pretty standard comments. So, fiscal impact analysis, it complies with meeting the minimum to be a benefit to the city. And if you have any questions about open space, I can answer those, but this is exempt from that because it'll be a short plat. And here are the conditions of approval as stated in your staff report. I did change number 2. I think I had missed that change when we made it from 3 to 4 lots. So with that change on the staff report, that's what I would recommend you do in your motion. And here's a potential motion for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor. A couple of follow-up questions. In the 3 versus 4 lots, Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the 4.
They did.
That was what their basis was.
Correct.
Okay, and then the rough sketch that was there, the width of that access road or the property that's there, is it over 20 feet wide?
Again, this is a rough sketch. We're only doing annexation, so they will have to meet our standards for the size of that access road.
Is that 26 or 20 feet wide? That's
Daniel?
gonna be required?
Yours is 22. You're proposing 22?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, our codes require for a common driveway of this nature a minimum asphalt width of 20 feet, which is compliant with fire department and then the appropriate turnarounds.
I know at the turnaround, there's a 26-foot wide section versus the 20, so as long as that's adhered to, that's fine.
And that will be reviewed at the time of actual plat submittal.
Right. And so the frontage improvements on Dooley, what does that include?
So they will be required to do sidewalk along their frontage. We will have to look at that as the development comes in and specifically how that will look on that narrow section. But that is what they would be required to do under the current codes.
Thank you.
Daniel, before you're seated, a quick question for you. How far away is our sewer? I noticed it's at Pasco, I saw it, but maybe we can go back to that map too, and of the subdivision?
Let me, yeah, so.
535.
There was a different one that was a little bit closer in.
So the other issues we run into are grade-wise, because as you get to the west of this property, you are significantly lower. And so the grades there do not work necessarily well for the sewer going that direct, or, yeah. There are grade issues involved as well. The sewer to the west is approximately 550 feet. And the sewer to the east is a similar distance.
So how are the properties that back up to this property, how are they currently being serviced?
So
to the west?
They sewer through the development to the, so they sewer through the development and then up through the Trinity Hills subdivision.
And there is no way to connect?
No easy way to connect. If they were to, if one of the neighboring properties were to work with them and allow for an easement to go through there, they could connect that direction. The other options are require improvements in front of adjacent other properties. And for 4 lots, it likely doesn't pencil to develop that. And it would need to have much more significant density to justify the expense.
And just a reminder, water, you can service water, just
Water
not
is there.
sewer.
Water is there in Dooley, and so it's just the connection right there in Dooley, yes.
Awesome, thank you. Council, do you have any further questions? Nope. Thank you, Rodney. So,
Madam Mayor, we have Tom Dale, who would like to speak in favor of this project.
good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Kling, city council members, thank you again for the job that you do here. I know it's a really enjoyable time. Come here every other Monday night. I'm very much in favor of this. Can you go back to the aerial picture that showed a kind of a close-up with the lots and stuff, right? Yeah, that's a good one. So my property is the one with that little circular drive right there going up to the back. Tasha and Rick live over here, the next to me south, and Victor lives right north of me there. We all met with Blake on the property and agreed on the 4-foot fence that's going to go on the back of that. I didn't see that in the development requirements. Is that, I just want to make sure that's in the development agreement.
We don't have a development agreement currently, but if you were to just put that as a condition of approval, we could include that.
Okay. Yeah, so it means to be stated, a 4-foot fence, site obscuring with the color agreed upon, just as Blake said that, just to make things really clean, get that in the agreement there. I've known Blake for a lot of years, and I know he does a great job. And we're excited to see this development go in. Actually, right now, the property's a lot cleaner than what you see there. They've been really working hard to clean up a lot of the junk and stuff. The Junk King was out there the other day, actually. So we're happy to see this go in and very much in support. All three of us who will be impacted by this are very much in favor of this development. Any questions?
Thank you
All
so
right.
much for coming to let us know that. I
You bet.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there is no one else signed up for this project.
Is there anyone here in the audience that had intended to speak in support or opposition to this particular project? And how about online? I'm assuming there's no one online. Rodney, Christie, that would like to testify?
Mayor, there is a John and a Renee Bayer, both online, but I don't know that they're for this project.
Okay,
I'm not sure which one they're signed up for.
okay. So we may need to ask them so we don't bypass them.
Might be a good idea.
So their names again?
John and
Renee.
Rena Bayer, Beyer.
Okay, John and Rena, do you happen to be online? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Yes, excuse me? They're muted. Can we, John and Rena, can you, would you like, I'm not sure what which you're here for. Could you guys do a chat and ask them through chat?
They're on the chat here, just a
They're on the
second.
chat, so
Yeah.
you'll let us know which one they're here to testify.
Rena says she can hear. She just said yes.
She's here to testify on this item?
Rena, can you answer that in the chat, please? Are you here to testify for this item?
Item 7.2 on the agenda?
No.
No, okay, thank you. And would you just text chat back to her to find out which one she's here for?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing that there is no one else that had intended to testify, Blake, this is your opportunity to come back and offer any closing comments. And council, do we have any further questions? Yes, okay, Councilman Rodriguez does.
I don't think I have further comments. I did forget, but Tom mentioned that this cleaned up a lot of trash. A lot. Years and years of buildup, as you can see.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for me?
Councilman Rodriguez.
I do. I know Tom said 4-foot fence, but why not 5 or 6-foot fence to make that separation? No?
Yeah, so Tom's property and the adjacent properties sit way lower, roughly 25 feet lower.
Oh, I see.
And so if you put a 6-foot fence per se, it would really just shadow, I mean, it will just block everything.
see. Okay.
And they wanted to feel somewhat like they've got some of a view.
Okay,
Yeah, it's quite a bit higher.
okay, I'm good. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Blake, anything else you'd like to share?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes our public testimony and applicant rebuttal. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion. What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'm in favor of this. I love larger lots. We don't see them a whole lot, but really, really love larger lots. And I live pretty close to this and was sick of the junk, so I'll be voting yes.
Motion?
Yep. I'll make a motion to approve the annexation zoning to RS 22 for Blake Wolf as stated, and with the conditions of approval, the 4-foot fence, as mentioned.
And the 4 lots are in there too, right?
Or second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? And he did comment that that did include the fence and a development agreement with a 4-foot secure or visually, right? It's a condition. It's a condition? Okay, excuse me. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with all conditions of approval as mentioned, okay? Yep. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Coverfield.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Blake. Thank you. Okay. The next item on our agenda is 7.3. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RS 22, single-family residential, and a potential development agreement and subdivision short plat for Happy Rail subdivision at 0 Happy Valley Road for HECO Engineers, representing Arzamendi. Okay, I'll let you get that one. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I'm Jesse Christensen, HECO Engineers. My address, 2151 West Willow Point. I'm here for Luis Arizmendi. I don't think he likes the public speaking, so I get to show up and speak. And this is the second meeting I've been to that I've been behind Mr. Wolf, presenting nearly the same project. We're looking to do 4 lots, larger lots. They're all about 30,000 square feet. The sewer is not close, but the city has asked for, and this drawing is a little bit old because there is a new easement running along the north side of the property for the sewer line when they build it, and I don't know when they're going to build it. So we don't have access to sewer. We do have access to city water. So we're doing septic drain fields. We've already got, I think we have our approval from Southwest District Health for the drain fields. I was furiously looking through my phone trying to see if I had Stefan's email, but it doesn't want to work in here. I apologize. Private road, we have a stormwater retention basin down on the far side. We are put in, the city has requested the 8-foot wide bicycle path along Happy Valley Road. We should have connectivity to the north with the work that's coming up there. That gets us our proximity. I don't think I have anything else tonight, but I do have some other, I do have time for questions. And I'm here, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions at this time? I think you know the process, so we'll have you back. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request before you this evening is for annexation and zoning to RS 22 and for short plat approval of the Happy Rails subdivision. The project proposes 4 lots ranging in size from 30,902 square feet to 30,842 square feet. These lot sizes and widths comply with city code. So again, the annexation applicable regulations, staff finds that the property is contiguous to the city limits on the north side where it meets the railroad tracks and the BC property to the north that are within city limits. Staff finds that this RS 22 is consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use map for the low density residential that's in the area. And the third point, this is where you have the liberty to determine whether or not the timing and location of this project meets the city's needs at this time. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval to you at their April 12th meeting, and staff supports that recommendation. So the zoning applicable regulations and staff findings for zoning it to RS22. Staff does find that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. 4 single-family residential lots is reasonably compatible with the area around this property. Staff finds that the RS22 is compatible with the existing uses. They're all very similar in their reasoning. It does not create a spot zone because it does match the comprehensive plan. And the proposed annexation and residential development does contribute to the character of this area. So based upon those findings, staff does feel that it is reasonable to recommend approval to the council. So as far as traffic is concerned, they will be required to dedicate 25 feet of right-of-way along Happy Valley. They will be required to place a culvert under the road at Happy Valley. They will be required to do sidewalk drainage and the pathway that is required by the Parks Department. They will install a street light. They are required to do a thermoplastic stop bar at South Happy Valley Road and put in no parking signs along the private road. So these are just the standard zoning comments that we make in our staff report. The correspondence that we received was from the Building Department, the Parks Department regarding the path, GIS, they would require a new street name for the private drive, and then the standard engineering comments that are in the attachments in your staff report. The conditions of approval reflect a lot of those comments that were made. And here are your potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Christie, this indicates, the staff report indicates 4 lots and a common lot. The common lot, I would assume, is the driveway access that's shown. Is that correct?
Councilman Haverfield, the reason I'm looking at this, because I believe it's the drainage lot to the back.
That was my question. If it was the roadway and it was separated from the retainage for stormwater retention, or is there a connectivity between the two to make it all one odd-shaped lot going clear back out to the main road? So that is not a common lot then, as far as for the road access, to access the 4 lots?
I don't believe so. I think that those are considered to be part of the lots themselves, and then there will be a shared access agreement.
And that's allowed in our code?
Yes. If there will be an HOA required and a CC&R is required before they can get building permits that shows that shared access agreement.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're
It's just,
welcome.
again, I'm trying to weigh what I'm seeing elsewhere. And elsewhere, I'm seeing that that's a requirement, that road system is a part of its own lot. And in our case, it's not, so.
Yeah, Councilman Haverfield, a lot of times when we do even the higher density stuff and we allow the drive aisles to be incorporated into those lot sizes, we do require that the CC&Rs address access and maintenance.
access.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Are there other questions from council? I do have a question. How far is this from the actual signal at the railroad? Or
That,
road?
Mayor, would be a question for Daniel.
For Daniel, and thank you.
You're welcome.
And Daniel, as you come, my question is, at different times, I have heard just minor discussion about long-term, a bridge, whether it be for the railroad or for the road there at that intersection, because there's a tremendous backup at that intersection when there's a train going through. So my question has to do with putting an access point that close to the railroad.
Mayor, this property, that is the only legal access it has to a public right-of-way. And so if we were to ever choose to install a overpass at that location, part of the construction of that would have to provide legal access to the property to maintain that. If that were to come about, We would likely be doing some right-of-way acquisition from the first parcel there, as well as the parcel to the south, and would likely just relocate their exit from where it's currently at farther south beyond where the fill section of that overpass would be.
I don't know if this is a fair question. So my question is, and legal, you're going to have to tell me if it's not fair to ask the question, but does the owner that is developing this acreage here own the home that it's sitting right next to? Is that the same property owner?
I do not believe so.
It's not. So they have sold this pasture.
I don't believe it was the same ownership previously, but that would be something you might want to ask the applicant. I don't have data that
On that.
confirms that one way or the other.
So, Daniel, what is the likelihood of there being a railroad crossing there? I mean, there's obviously a railroad crossing there today, but I mean a road, whether it be the railroad or a bridge going over the railroad at that location.
The cost of those, of an overpass over the railroad is significant in the millions of dollars. I don't remember right off the top of my head what the two overpasses at Kings Corner cost back when they were done around '05, but it was significant. It would likely take, bonding like we did for the overpasses there. I would guess we're probably talking $10 to $15 million. And so the likelihood of it, I would say in the grand scheme of long term, that's a possibility. But it's probably not within my tenure with the city.
There you go. So, but we have approved an entrance point that close to the railroad, and it's close to another entrance point, which is the home. So you've got two right there.
So one of the things as we look at that, the access there is not of great concern to engineering. We're talking 4 homes. One of the advantages that this property has is that it is on the west side of the roadway where it does not get backed up. So if the property owner were coming out, they can easily take a right-hand turn, go to the roundabout, head into town that way, even if a train is blocking that and that it doesn't trap them into their property at that point.
That is a very good point. Thank you. Thank you very much. Council, do you have any other questions? Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, there is no one signed up for this project to speak.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and there isn't anyone signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to, and it doesn't sound like the person online is not for this public hearing. So is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Seeing none. Jesse, it's your opportunity to come back and provide closing comments.
Very good. Can I add information?
Yes, you certainly can.
Fantastic. Mr. Arizmendi, sorry, I try to get it right every time, but does not own the property to the south of that. He actually lives in Caldwell and furiously wants to be a Nampa resident, just in case. So, I don't like your overpass idea because we put a lot of time and effort into the landscape buffer out front and that pathway, and I think you guys would probably take that away from me. So I don't know about that. So I may oppose an overpass later on, but not anytime soon. The only person that showed up to our neighborhood meeting was one neighbor wanting us to push you guys for a silent crossing there for the railroad. So they stopped blowing their horn. But my client wasn't too worried about that part. So anyway, I think that's all I have today. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And council, do you have any comments, questions at this time?
I would just ask, nobody's asking for a rail spur off of that rail line, I assume.
No, not yet. And I think the name short line we have on there, I think that's been accepted by the city now. Is it? Okay, I don't know where Shortline came from. I thought the city asked us to put that on there, but we will change it,
We'll come
give
up
it
with
something
something.
else. Right.
Oh, that was a good idea, though. Great. Well, if there are no questions from council, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Okay, Randy. Councilman Haverfield, I should
seems-
say.
Yeah, it seems reasonable, and I like the larger lots again on this property, so I'll make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning to RS 22 with the recommended conditions of approval as stated in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Pardon me? Is it a separate motion? And my motion includes the short plat.
And the second?
Second.
Okay. And any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we are ready for 7.4 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is a development agreement modification to modify the concept plan and conditions of approval for ordinance number 3584, which is changing the site plan, the number of buildings, associated parking and conditions, and future subdivision preliminary plat for the Falcon Townhouse subdivision for Delta LLC. So is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. Go ahead and tell us your name
Good
and
evening.
address. Thank you.
My name is M. Atul Karim. I'm the owner of Delta LLC. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and councilors. Okay, so you might remember about this project, and we had another round of city council meeting and 2 rounds of P&Z meetings before this. And this started a long time back, and this is our project map location. So the zoning of this land is RD, and the north of this is RS6. South of this, it has a canal, and then there is a sidewalk. There will be a sidewalk, and then Lake Loyal, and then RS8. To the right, it has commercial, and to the left, it has RA. There was a previous development agreement in 2006, I guess, yeah, 2006, for 44 townhomes with a mix of duplex and triplex. So let me give you some history. I think you already know that. So we started. So we had started this process 2 years ago. We had a meeting with the staffs in 2020, and our first P&Z Commission meeting was on September 2021. And initially, we asked for 76 units, 19 buildings. But in that case, we were also meeting the density requirement because RD zone has a maximum density of 12.44, and we had a density of 9.74. But P&Z Commission didn't like it. This is the result of the previous P&Z Commission and the previous City Council meeting. And then we came to the City Council hearing last year, November. And you guys also did not like that much for that unit, 76 unit proposal. And then we discussed about how this can be worked out. And then we proposed that that if we reduce the density below RS6, then people or the neighbors might not complain, should not complain, because our density is less than the neighboring density, even though it is RS6. Even though we have RD zoning. So, so based on your recommendations, and we propose few other changes. Let's talk about that. A big playground, a park, and we changed our intention with this project that we will sell off instead of renting out. And you had a recommendation to do the neighborhood meeting and go through the P&Z commission. And we followed that. We had the neighborhood meeting and in December last year. And this is our new proposal with density less than RS6. So it will be 56 luxury townhomes. There are playgrounds. If you look at the left side, the green ones, there is a big playground of 36,000 square feet. There's a park in the right in purple. And we'll have sidewalks. We'll use top-graded interior and exteriors. We'll have a beautiful architecture of the main entrance. And other things are, there will be, each townhomes will be 1,470 square feet, 3-bed, 2.5 bath. So we proposed 160 parking lots, almost 3 parking lots per townhomes. But later, P&Z Commission recommended to reduce it a little bit to make it look more beautiful, because the minimum is 112. So we were way above the minimum requirement. So these are the major change compared to the previous 76 unit and proposals. Our density is currently below RS6. Currently our density is 56 divided by 7.8 acre, which is 7.17 per acre, whereas RS6 density is 7.26 acre per acre. We have a playground and a park, 36,000 square feet for playground, and park is 15,000 square feet, which is approximately 15% of the total land area. We have another open space of 42,000 square feet. If we include open space and those park and the parking lot and the playground, this is almost 27% of the total land. And we changed from fourplex to townhomes. Each of the townhomes will have its own lot. And we will sell those instead of renting out. These are the change of the plan for this. And based on the recommendation, these are the results after the P&Z Commission meeting. They actually they recommended for the approval for 56 units. I really appreciate that. But they put 9 conditions. We have to improve the frontage. We have to add city services, annexation to irrigation districts, and new traffic study, sidewalk development, and some others. So we will comply with all of those. And P&Z Commission also recommended verbally that if we reduce the number of parking lot from 60 to something lower, like little close to the 112, which is the minimum, we can improve the site plan. So actually we did that. So we installed 4 bike stands, and we added more islands to have more trees, so which will make it more beautiful. So in this picture, those red boxes are the 4 bike stands, and those stars are the new island locations where we will have more trees. Okay, so this is the last slide for my project, this presentation. So there will be enough green space. So including that those 3 parking lot, playground and the park and the open space, it is almost 27%. And the density is less than RD zoning. So since it is since the density is less than RD, we will add less population to the community. It implies less traffic, less burden to school, less demand of utility. And since these are townhomes, we will pay more taxes. And another important thing is this will create opportunity for the first-time home buyers. So young people will get the opportunity to own a home, which is very important, I think, as a community. We should encourage young people to move in. And this will create the diversity, both in population and in housing. So one of the city P&Z commissioners, he actually emphasized that he likes the diversity. And I think this will be a very good blend to the community. That's all about my presentation, but I want to tell something that we already spent so much time on this, and we are financially actually overburdened. We had to carry all this loan and everything. So we would request to give us the decision today, and I hope it will be positive, because it started 2 years ago when we had the meeting with the staffs. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Mayor, just a question. Much improved, let me tell you that, as far as what I recall from the last go-around.
Sure.
I'm not seeing in the plan any garages. You're selling these are ownership, and you're not planning on any garages for the owners for their cars?
Means shaded?
No, I'm talking about pull-in garages with a garage door.
No, not planned.
Okay, all right, so and I'm not that familiar with, I mean, I've driven by, but I'm not that familiar with this area. Are there any of the surrounding subdivisions or anything of that sort that just have cars parking anywhere and everywhere or without garages? I'm asking him.
We have designated parking spot.
No, I'm asking garages. There's no garages.
No, we don't have garages as of now, but.
All right, we'll talk about that later. Thanks.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, and I think you'll get to come back after the
Sure,
public
sure,
hearing.
sure.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll
Thank
move
you
to
again.
staff report, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Parker. Good evening, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to start by dissolving any preconceived notion about staff. We don't represent the applicant. What we do as staff is represent the city and analyze these applications based on our code to present to you. So while we have discussions with citizens, they may feel like we're arguing on behalf of the developer. We're not. I can assure you of that. So the request today before you is the approval or deny of a development agreement modification. The revised concept here is for 56 single-family attached townhomes for a gross density of 7.17. The development agreement is for 48, and that is, I should say, not the development. The concept that you had seen previously that you remanded was for 48 single-family townhomes and 28 multifamily units, which was revised. The history here, this was annexed in 2006 to RD with a development agreement for 44 units, and those are for duplexes and triplexes. And that development agreement is current as of today. The staff had a meeting with the applicant in September 2020 to discuss the application process. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to deny the preliminary plat in September of last year and recommended denial of the development agreement modification. In November, City Council, this body, voted to remand the decision of the development agreement modification back to Planning and Zoning Commission, and some revisions were made. In April of this year, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval of the development agreement modification. There is no subdivision plat that's being considered with this application. So if this body were to approve the development agreement modification, a plat would have to come forward at a later time that matches that concept plan. The surrounding zoning to the north is RS6, and that's Copper River Basin. To the south is Carriage Hill North, zoned RS 8.5. To the east, there are two BC commercial lots that are vacant. To the west is RA, suburban residential. Based on the concept plan, staff would support approval with a couple of caveats here. The development agreement is really open to City Council to your discretion. It's basically an agreement between you and the developer that they will develop their parcel accordingly. The concept plan has been submitted. Meets the gross density requirements for medium density designation, which is 2.5 to 8 dwelling units an acre. So staff would base their findings on that gross density. And once a subdivision comes in, we can analyze that based on the net density and make sure that it meets those requirements. The current development agreement, as I had stated, is for 44 units, duplex and triplex project. It's about 6 dwelling units an acre gross. So there is an increase with this proposal. The development agreement has some design elements in there. Those design elements are already in our code now. This project would have to go through design review. The development agreement, should it be approved, would replace we would draft a new development agreement document. We would replace the conditions of approval and site plan with a new concept plan and new legal descriptions. The comprehensive plan is medium density, which is for 2.5 to 8 dwelling units an acre gross. This proposes 7.18, so it's within that range. The comprehensive plan for the city proposes that infill is a positive for the city, and we support a variety of development housing types. The families from the development would attend Nampa High School, which is 2 miles, Lone Star Middle School, which is 1 mile, and then FD Roosevelt Elementary, which is 1 mile. One thing to note, there are spots that are without sidewalk between those. The landscape plan will have to be submitted with the plat, and that will be analyzed at that time. Based on the concept, there's the Deer Flat Canal that runs on the southern portion of this that would not be considered part of the open space, the qualified open space. A 10 to 12 foot pathway is proposed in the bike and ped master plan on the south side of the canal. The amount of qualified open space based on the concept plan is about 1.15 acres, which is about 18.5%. They would be required to provide 15%. The parking required would be 2 parking spaces per unit. This project provides, they would be required to provide 112, and they propose 140. When this was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, they had presented 157, which that body had discussion on, and they viewed it as quite excessive, especially the layout of it, which the applicant addressed in a manner. The previous concept plan is here that was proposed to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Another version of that showing the parks and playground. The concept plan here with the adjusted parking, the applicant has covered this already, so I won't go into much detail on that. We've received a number of public input, which is all part of the staff report and has been forwarded to you after the staff report was finished. We received comments from Building Department, Nampa Meridian Irrigation, Fire Department, and then Engineering Department had originally submitted comments on the plat that was denied previously. Any plats that would come forward in the future, those comments would again apply. The conditions of approval are in the staff report. There's a potential motion for you, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Parker, just going over the history of this project, the September 20 of 2021 Planning and Zoning denial of the preliminary plat and the development agreement, was that for more than the 44 units that were originally asked for?
That plat, Mayor and Councilman, that plat was for 76 units.
And so when it came before us in November of that same year, was it a different plat that they were presenting to us that the P and Z Commission had not seen?
So when Planning and Zoning Commission denied the plat, the development agreement modification continued for 76 units. And then if you were to approve it, they would have gone back and redone a new plat to match that.
Which is why we remanded it back to them.
Correct.
Made sense. I'm just trying to, again, age. Just want to
Well-
make sure I understand the process.
Thank you. You know what, I was wanting to make sure I understand it also, because if I remember correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, the last plan, and one of the reasons why it was remanded was because of the density. There were 76 versus the original 44, and also it was the multi-story factor. Can anyone speak to that? Because my understanding is this proposal is significantly better than the first proposal. And I just want to, and this is for the people sitting here, and I want you to make sure that what I say is correct, that this land has a current entitlement on it. It has been zoned to accommodate multifamily, and they currently have the opportunity to build what we went over a few minutes ago. So I just want to make sure that as we step into a public hearing, people clearly understand that there is already approval that happened back in 2006, is that correct? Right, so back in 2006, this was approved. We cannot take that away. So it's already approved. And what we're approving tonight is that development agreement modification. Thank you.
And that's the point I wanted to follow up with is, it wasn't a denial of the original 44 units. It was denial of more. So when
Mayor and
that-
Councilman, yes, that development agreement is in place. If they were wanting to develop it, they can do that. It would just have to be subdivided so that each building is on its own lot. Yeah.
Right. So when the developer says that we've been holding this up for 2 years, it hasn't been that. This could have been developed 2 years ago, based upon the original entitlement.
It could have been developed in 2006.
There you go.
One other correction, when this came back to you previously, the discussion that took place was, there was a number of things. One of those was that the product he had presented was a mix of townhouses and fourplexes. The discussion was that it should be mostly or all private owned townhouses. So that's what the applicant had gone forward. So this product is all townhouses now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we move into public hearing? Okay. Parker, thank you so much. So we do have a number of people signed up. And so why don't you give us the full numbers that you showed me just a minute ago? Those that have signed up, we have 30-some.
Madam Mayor, we have approximately 35 signed up with approximately 17 wishing to speak.
Okay. So as we move forward and go through this process, I would just encourage anyone as you come forward, try not to repeat the same thing the person in front of you said. You may have different comments, and you're welcome to share those. And then I think that there was someone from an HOA that I heard of is speaking on behalf. And the HOA, who are you? Could we start with you? I'm going to mess you up and go out of order probably, and I sincerely apologize, but I thought let's just start with the HOA.
And may I approach? I have
So sorry.
some handouts for you guys.
Okay, that would be fine. And we do have 3 minutes, but the HOA, I'm sure you're representing more, so we'll try to keep it within 3, but if not, we'll give you just a little bit of leeway there.
And I do have some people willing to yield their time.
To yield their time, okay. Yeah, we'll start with, so we'll start with 3, but he said we do have others that are going to yield their time, so.
Yes, Mayor, I have 3 individuals that were willing to yield their time. Their names are Christine Williams, Randy Reichen, and Alina Broughton. Sorry. Better?
Okay, so let's see if we can hear you. Go ahead and start, and then we'll adjust the microphone as needed.
Mayor and council, my name is Michael Williams. I live at 2433 West Coneflower Street, which is part of the Meadow Crest subdivision. I am also the board president for the Meadow Crest HOA. So I want to talk to you, and I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to try to keep the emotion out of it, because there is a lot of emotion regarding this project. And I just want to kind of stick with some facts for that. So some items that I'm going to ask you all to consider is, first of all, obviously, I'm speaking on behalf of our HOA. So I'm going to ask you to take that into consideration. There's been a lot of talk about density, gross density and net density. There are some pretty significant things that I have looked at and that I think is important to consider. The applicant has made some claims as it relates to density that I think there may be some inaccuracies with that. So I'm going to try to get some clarification on that. And then also regarding the preliminary plat lots for this concept, as well as buildable areas for the lot sizes. And then also just to follow up on some statements that occurred at the P&Z, last P&Z hearing, as well as some information regarding from staff. So the Meadowcrest subdivision is located at the intersection of Middleton and Lake Lowell. And it's basically right there at that intersection, so it obviously will be directly impacted. I'm speaking on behalf of all of the HOA, but we are requesting that you do deny the applicant's modification request. So gross versus net density may look familiar to you. That is an excerpt from the Nampa comp plan for it. And I want to point out, gross density definition is a total acreage, including all the roads, lots, easements, common areas, all lumped together, divided into the number of units. Net density is basically, in a sense, just the buildable area. So it is basically the total acreage minus everything except for where the structure is going to be built and the lawn. It's going to eliminate all the easements, all the right-of-ways, and common areas and whatnot for that. This is important to differentiate these two definitions going forward. So the applicant has made some claims over the process of these proceedings. So in the application, the applicant had listed a net density of about 9.8, and it was based off of 56 townhouses over roughly 5.69 acres, and that's how he came up with his net density. And that application was filed in January of 2022. Okay, then there was a neighborhood meeting, which I believe was requested of this council when it was remanded back to the P&Z. And in that handout, he had emphasized, like he did again tonight, is that the new plan has less density than the neighboring lands. And he specifically targeted the RS6 zone districts, indicating that the RS6 has a density of 7.26, while his plan has a density of 7.17. And then again, at the last hearing on April 12th, he again reiterated to the P&Z Commission about having a less density than the surrounding lands. He also did make a comment to one of the citizens that came up that there was, in a sense, an attempt to redefine what net density was for an RS6 and whatnot. And again, that's the main reason why I put that definition up, So we can be very clear, it's the city of Nampa's definition and how it's calculated. Okay, so important thing is the net density that the applicant has been citing is gross net density. Okay, it's the total 7.8 acres divided into 56 units, which equals a gross density of 7.17. Nampa Code 8-8-5, there's that table right there. It specifies the net density maximum and the gross density maximum. I've highlighted modified that table a little bit to highlight what those are, but here is the facts. The project's gross density is 7.17. The gross density of an RS6 is 4.86. Okay, max allowable gross density of an RF7, which is also a bordering area, is 4.17. And the max allowable gross density of an RS 8.5, which is just south of that area, is a 3.53. Okay, the project's densities are not less. In fact, it's significantly higher than the surrounding areas, comparing apples to apples, gross density to gross density. Okay, and then if you look at the net densities, it doesn't even apply to net densities. It's still more dense. Okay. Okay, so the preliminary plats. So I basically reviewed the preliminary plats, and I was confused a bit when I was looking at the lot line properties. And then when I looked at it, I saw that the lots were inclusive of the parking lot areas, the canals, access areas, and whatnot. And Councilmember Haverfield has actually been asking in previous hearings about whether access drives would be in a separate common lot or whether it would be included in an individual lot as an easement. I did reach out to staff to try to get an understanding of how that was going to work since it was included in the lot size. And staff did state that it was going to be as part of the individual lots with an easement, as an access easement, so people could go through and be able to access their parking spots and have a place to be able to get to their homes. Don't necessarily want to split hairs too much, but the preliminary plat that was filed doesn't conform to that. It doesn't have the individual lot square footage on the plat. It does have a table, but that table is once again inclusive of all of the easements and the common areas such as the canal and access roads and whatnot, which made it confusing or difficult for me to not be able to back that out to establish what the net densities were. So what I ended up doing was I got the plat, and I went in and I actually traced out every single individual lot in Adobe Acrobat. Obviously, the plat is a scale. There is a scale set on there for it's 1 inch equals 50 feet. And I went through and spent the time tracing every single lot out, all the common areas, the proposed parking structure, the canal area in the back, just so that we could establish what actual land is going to be available to actually be built to have a dwelling on, and its lawn. That would give me the ability to find out what the buildable acre is, so we could find out what the true net density is. When I did that, and I'll admit I made a mistake when I sent in the packet to staff. I actually towards the north and the east side, there's an easement there that I didn't catch. So the packet that I submitted actually includes that area as part of the buildable lots, even though it's an easement. This right here reflects a corrected version of that calculation. So the net density, which is defined as just the buildable area, total buildable area for the project based off of the plat that they submitted is 2.8 acres. That's all the space out of that 7.8 acres that's actually going to have a home on it and their yards. So that equals a net density of 20.3. It's very visual. You can see, it's right there. And when the document that I submitted has the PDF, so you can actually click on it and see exactly what I did for that. So the net density does not conform to any RS zoning districts, doesn't even conform to the RS or RD zoning districts, even for high density, for a multifamily unit. It's outside of that even, based off of that plat. Then we come to lot sizes. So there's proposed 14 buildings as part of this project. And the way that the ordinance is written is that you basically take the individual lots that make up the building. In this case, there's 4 townhomes in that building. And you multiply the minimum lot size and the maximum lot size to get your lot range. In this case, there's 4 buildings. 4 townhomes per building. So you have a max range or a minimum range of 10,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet for the buildable lot. There are only 2 of the lots, according to that on that plat, that meet the requirements for that code.
We'll tell you what we're going to do. So
Okay.
my understanding is you had 3 people that were deferring, correct? So that's a total of 12?
Mm-hmm.
So this is your 9-minute warning.
Okay.
So you do have longer than 30 seconds. I just wanted to give you, I didn't want you to panic. So because of you had, and I didn't catch the names, Williams, Randy, and a Brought.
In Broughton, yes.
Oh,
Madam Mayor,
Get-
could you state that one more time so I can take them off the list?
Sure. It's Christine Williams, Randy Reichen, and Alina Broughton. And they're all members of the Meadowcrest subdivision. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. So regarding staff, I do appreciate the fact that staff did get back to me very timely on it. So I was kind of concerned about how the parking lot area was going to be accounted for to calculate the net and gross densities on there. The staff member did explain that as it stood right there, it was going to be part of those individual lots with an easement. I did ask him, just because of the definitions within the comp plan, if there was an ordinance or something he can point me towards that would allow that type of configuration of having the parking lot be part of each individual lot. He did point me to a section 10-23-3C2A. I think there was probably a communication issue at that point. That was actually referring a final plat, and it talks about pre-existing infrastructure type items. The parking lot here obviously isn't a pre-existing, so it doesn't really, it's not applicable. I'm not aware of any other type of ordinance or anything like that that would allow or modify the definition for net density, excluding all easements on it. And just as an example, and I think again this goes to Councilman Haverfield's statement, this is a plat from Meadowcrest, which I'm very familiar with. And we actually have instances where we actually have a private road an access drive to allow some of our homeowners to be able to access their homes. It's not part of the right-of-way, it's off the right-of-way. And the HOA was actually responsible for maintaining that. And it's actually handled or classified as its own common lot. It's not part of the adjacent items. I just kind of want to end with some of the statements that some of the commissioners made at the last meeting. One of the commissioners referred to the parking lot as giving the project a look of a Beagle family, multifamily project. Another one commented, and I admit it was kind of in a joking manner, that someone can land an airplane in it. It just does not fit with the look of the surrounding areas. The questions was asked about the garages. This doesn't have a garage. There is no areas around there that don't have garages. So it just doesn't fit. Now I'm 30 seconds. So again, thank you for your time. And again, we do ask that you deny the application.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And I'll just pause right now and say, needless to say, this discussion was around density and a question regarding density. And so at the conclusion of the public hearing, I'll look forward to both staff and the applicant. You will have the opportunity to discuss, but staff, I would like you to provide some clarification on the difference of, I'm just going to say the difference of opinion related to the density discussion. So I think we need to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rod Jussel, who is opposed to the project. Rod Jussel
Can we turn her
On.
mic up a little bit, please?
on Alyssa Avenue. Oh, you're listed as speaking.
Okay.
Oh, what about Pamela? You don't want to speak either?
But both noted as opposed?
Yes, both are noted as opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Daryl Broughton.
Oh, he was the one that.
That was Elena.
That was Elena, okay. Is Daryl here?
Daryl is opposed.
Oh, here he comes. Good evening. Thank you for restating your name and your address.
Great. I have a loud voice, so I don't know, I might blow you over. Daryl Broughton, 757 South Elisa Avenue. Do any of you have a two-story building overlooking your backyard? I receive reports on registered sex offenders moving into our neighborhoods, mostly in apartments and townhome dwellings. Imagine, how safe would you feel that someone with binoculars could be spying on your family through upstairs windows and maybe planning their next crime? This is what we could be facing if these structures are built. This builder has had an opportunity to start his project in 2006 when he was first approved. Had he started then, we wouldn't be here today. The current communities would be designed differently, and we would have been given a choice where we wanted to build and live. Now, we're forced to accept this down our throats after the fact. It's an invasion of our way of life. He waited 15 to 16 years. Why, I ask? Economic opportunity and greed. He doesn't care about the citizens of our community. Proven by the way, in 21 and 22, he tried to add more units. He made some changes last month. Now he submitted more and wants this to be passed. He still wants townhomes. This goes through our views. This goes through our views of beautiful sunsets and fireworks shows enjoyed with our families from our backyards will forever be blocked by eyesore. I watched and listened to the video of last meeting. Shame on you. I noticed board members yawning and seemingly tired of this. Just want to get this over with. He's done everything we asked. He spent a lot of money. Oh, pity, pity, poor me. Can't even see he's playing you like a fiddle and playing on your heartstrings? I heard comments, seems like, at the time this project was going to pass, 4-2. No care for the people. I read your bio, seat 1 and 2, no promises, self-serving, I, and endorsements. You're not team players. You don't care about the citizens of the community. Nothing for the people. You shouldn't be on the board. Number 3 is caring, community-inspired, nothing, and where people live. Their rights matter. Number 4, well, we know he says that he limits government. Prove it. Number 5 says, same as 1 and 2. Deep ties to community and understanding what people are going through. Remember, we the people elect you and pay your salary. 3 seats up in November 22 and 23. How do you want to be remembered? I implore you, search deeply into your heart and your good conscience. If you were faced with this issue, how would you feel? I say I have him build single-family homes, purchase only, matching the communities. If not, he can sell his land, build elsewhere more conducive to his type of structures. Do the right thing by the people, who are the true majority and citizens of this city. That's a true democracy. Prove to us you are all true, honest leaders, willing to work with and support in good conscience the citizens of this great city. Buildings and structures are all well and good, but the citizens build the city. Remember, put yourself in our shoes. The Bible teaches us pride comes before a fall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next
And there-
speaker.
I will say there is no place for applause or interruption of any kind. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Philip Rees, who is opposed to the project.
Ma'am, I don't require asked to speak.
Greg Newcomb? I'm just opposed, don't need to speak. Okay. I would like to put for the record that both are opposed. Twanette Barry is opposed. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for your time tonight. I don't know how I follow that. Obviously, we've elected a very passionate president and vice president at Meadowcrest. I just recently purchased my home there at the end of last year. And to be honest, had I known that this development was going in there, I would not have purchased my home there. I am incredibly concerned that it's going to decrease the value of my home, along with a number of the things that our vice president just mentioned. In addition to that, I'm a single mom. My 11-year-old son, I drug him down here tonight, and he has been patiently waiting for this vote to happen so he can go home. But where we used to live, I owned a home there as well, and we had multifamily units just a block away from our house. It brought in a different element to the community that we lived in. And I don't want to see that happen here. Having townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, close to your home, a lot of times, even if they are sold as individual units, a lot of times the people purchasing them end up using them as rental properties. And you just have a different element, that's maybe not so savory in your community. If you drive through this area right now, you can see these are all brand new subdivisions, very nice houses. Everyone loves our community. It is still being developed. So we're finally getting a stoplight at Lake Lowell and Midland. Yay. But there's still a lot to be done, especially with all the new homes that have just been built in that area. And I think that our president, addressed the density concerns that, many of us in our HOA, if not all of us have, and other neighboring communities as well. So thank you for your time tonight. And if you didn't catch that, I strongly oppose this. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to reiterate something you said before, because I'm hearing, opposing to this, but also we're going still back to the 2006, which is triplexes, duplexes, et cetera, and we have no say on that as far as the original plat. So just want to remind folks that We're talking about here, the 56, but we have nothing that we can do about the triplexes and the duplexes back in 2006 that were approved.
Exactly,
Right?
thank you.
Am I
That's
saying- am I
exactly,
correct on
that's
that?
exactly right. Okay, so,
Can we talk before, we can't talk before?
no, actually, yeah, no, sorry. Nope. Yeah, we've got to wait, so.
Madam Mayor, our next group of individuals do not wish to speak, and that is Mark Shoemaker, opposed, Tom Camara, opposed, Alexis Jarvis, opposed, Mikael Rios, support, Courtney Williams, support, Cheryl Higley is in support and would like to speak.
You're opposed?
Okay, well, I apologize when it was entered.
She was before.
Yes, you may.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and restate your name and address as you come forward, and yes, you may change your mind to come up.
Super nervous, so I'm sorry if
That's
it's better.
okay.
My name is Alexis Jarvis, and I live in Meadowcrest, and I wrote this on my lunch break today, so I'd like to read it to the council. Again, I'll start by introducing myself. My name's Alexis, and I'm a local healthcare provider. In 2017, I moved here from Florida, exactly 1 week after graduating from college. I didn't know anyone in this area or even its exact location on a map. I moved here only knowing of Idaho's healthcare provider shortage. So moving here, I didn't really know what to expect. Like many others, I immediately fell in love with the state of Idaho and the unique charm it possessed. Specifically, I loved how on my daily commute from Meridian to Ontario, you were able to see countless acres of farmland in any direction. Driving through the cities, I was in awe of the number of one-lane bi-directional roads. This was something very unfamiliar to me coming from such a densely populated area in Florida. Like many others in the Treasure Valley, I felt South Nampa seemed like an ideal place to live, close enough to essentials, but far enough away that it still was considered primarily residential. Unfortunately, my decision-making seems short-sighted. The once interesting one-lane roads are now at the top of my list of daily annoyances. While I'm happy to see the future roadwork sign on the corner of Midland and Lake Lowell Avenue, it comes after multiple new neighborhoods and developments in this area are already occupied, thus making it one of the busiest intersections in our district. Despite the continued and predictable growth, very little has been done in preparation for the hundreds of families that have moved to this area and those who will move here thanks to the already approved construction plans. It feels like our city is growing faster than the world around it, and our current residents are paying the price. From a news article published on April 17th of this year, Mayor Kling was asked her viewpoint on the pace of growth in Nampa. Admitting that this was almost a daily topic of conversation in her office, she suggests that the issue, or what we're actually dealing with, is the lack of preparation and infrastructure investment as the growth has accumulated. Plainly put, growth is inevitable and a part of life anywhere. But instead of being proactive and making necessary adjustments to our infrastructure to address the hardships that currently exist, the city approving this only further promotes rapid growth. For this reason, I'm opposed to adding any more developments in this area until community resources and transportation needs are appropriately met for those who currently live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Higley, who is opposed.
Good evening. I have something to hand to the clerk before I begin. Can you flip to the, why don't you pass this down and then pass it back? Okay. Am I doing it right? I've never done this. Okay. Sorry. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's good to see you again. I've just presented the petition to the clerk with 245 signatures from your constituents in Southwest Nampa, requesting that you deny the development agreement modification for the 56 Falcon Townhouse subdivision. We understand that a 2006 development agreement already exists, and the petition states that everybody signed. That it already exists for this property and that it can be developed with 44 townhouses without having to get further approval other than for the plat map. With a perfectly good development agreement in place, why would the developer want to increase the number of units? The answer seems obvious: to increase his profits. That's why his original application was for 76 townhouses, which after facing opposition, he reduced to 56. Is an increase from 44 to 56 warranted? The developer has claimed that approving this application would provide more affordable housing for young working people. But the Compass report for Carriage Hill West, which is like a quarter mile down the road, the job opportunities in the area are next to nil, meaning the new residents would need to commute to work as well as to access shopping, goods, and services unless the neighborhood Walmart is sufficient to supply all their needs. Just trying to get to the freeway can be challenging. We don't even try to go up Middleton to Karcher anymore because it's closed half the time. Instead, we go almost 9 miles across town to get on at Garrity, which is also congested. Adding more units means more people, putting an even greater burden on the underbuilt road infrastructure, as well as on police and fire, and the water supply, which we may soon find out is not unlimited. By the way, my husband yields his time to me in case I go over, which I'm sure I will. Raise your hand, Bob. He's back there. Okay. All right. So which development will be most compatible with the existing neighborhoods, the 56 or the 44? So I want to show you some pictures to give you an idea. So the current proposal is for 56 townhouses with no garages or driveways. It has a long parking strip with, I'm sorry, that should be 140 spaces, not 120. The appearance will be like apartments, which is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Here's some pictures to give you an idea. Well, I'm sorry, this is the current proposal for Falcon Townhouses, which you've seen earlier. Kind of the big blockish structures with a parking lot right down the center strip. Here's some examples of apartments here in Nampa. Sunglow Apartments off of Horton Way, off of Iowa. And you can see, again, the long strip with the big blockish buildings. Here's the fourplex, although I'm sure I would think with the townhouses that each townhome would have its own entry at ground level. Here's another example, Creekside Apartments, right off of Iowa. Again, long strip of parking with the structures off to the side. And here's a unit with four apartments in it. Here's the next one, Brassy Cove Apartments. Again, a strip of parking with the buildings. And there's a fourplex of 4 apartments. Now, the 2006 development agreement has 44 townhouses with garages and driveways. And those are mentioned in the conditions of approval of the 2006 agreement. Sure. It looks like townhouses. I mean, and the description, I thought mentioned townhouses.
That's a distinction I think that we need to have made at some point along the path here. Because if the original development agreement was for townhouses, that's a completely different paradigm than if it's just for duplexes and triplexes.
Mayor and council, I can address that. The original agreement is for duplexes and triplexes.
So those are apartments, they're not individual ownerships.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't have my mic on to begin with.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. They do all, as I'll show you in the, well, it does mention that they have garages over and over again in the conditions of approval.
Can we get that? Can staff answer that?
Staff, would you please make note of that? And come,
Mayor and council, the concept plan that's submitted does show garages and driveways for each
On-
unit
on the original.
on the original,
Okay.
as
Here's-
depicted here.
Yeah, here's the,
They're rear load.
so rear load garages. Yeah, so there's an alleyway for the entry into the garages, and there's also parking around the perimeter for extra parking.
But you're aware that they're asking for the approval to do townhouses now, which is individual ownership, versus the 2006 DA agreement, which was for just apartments.
Well, I didn't realize that duplexes only referred to, we had the Roosevelt.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't need to get into conversation.
Well, I tell you what, let's not get into a conversation. So I think what I'd like to do at the conclusion of testimony is come back and we need to review. So we've stopped your time, just so you know.
Thank you
So
very
you've got
much.
your additional time.
Appreciate
But staff, when we come back, please be listening. We need to clarify the original development agreement. I want to clarify the height restrictions, how many stories they were, and the fact that they were multifamily fourplexes and duplexes versus what this is. Because, so if we could just take a lot of notes, and and I'm making notes too to have come back, but let's make sure that we address that. So, thank you. So we'll start your time again and we'll let you keep going.
Okay, well, I'd like to finish a comment regarding that because Stevens Place was originally going to be duplexes and they were going to be sold individually. And so is Roosevelt Village. Those were sold individually. So they were duplexes, but they were sold. I don't know whether you ever sell apartments. I've never heard of that. But those were both considered duplexes and the units were sold. So I wasn't aware that duplex referred to apartments because I've seen it used otherwise recently. Okay. Anyways, the appearance will be more like homes, and they'll be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, which were all detached single-family homes. So this was the plat map, which you saw earlier, of the original 2006 agreement. And then a closer look where you can see and I double-checked the conditions of approval because I thought, well, are those carports or are they garages? And I double-checked, and in fact, the conditions of approval mentions garages several times in the document. Here's an example of duplex or townhome, Wilson Creek Estates, and these units are sold. And this looks a lot more like a home than the strip parking with no garage. Plus, it gives the family a place to store their items and their car. And here's another one. And I think, so to finish up, we would much prefer detached single-family homes, but we know that's not on the table tonight. Okay. So we just hope that you will make the decision to deny this application. We know that the builder can build the 44 if he so desires, and that's what we would ask you to decide tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Swanson, who is opposed.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Robert Swanson, and I live at 11518 Pram Drive in Carriage Hill North subdivision. I encourage you tonight to deny this modification for this proposed development for the following 3 reasons. I recently saw on local TV the mayor being interviewed, and she said that growth and development concerns were discussed in City Hall almost every day. You must understand that many Napa residents share these very same concerns. Traffic, water, inadequate infrastructure. The fast-paced growth in Treasure Valley has certainly brought on many new challenges. Number two, now you have a developer asking you to approve his modification for additional housing units. This gentleman recently purchased this property knowing full well that he already had prior city approval for 44 units. The question now is, would this change benefit anyone in the city of Napa? I understand this developer has the right to develop his property, but at what cost to the citizens of Napa? I am confident when I say the majority of residents would definitely oppose a modification that allowed for 27% additional housing units. And number three, tomorrow is election day. Citizens vote for candidates to represent their interests and beliefs. I am asking you tonight to remember this. You represent all the citizens of this great city. Although we don't have all of them present tonight, I do believe that the majority would absolutely oppose this modification. Please do the right thing and deny this modification. It's time for a victory for the common good of all Napa residents, not just for a single developer. Thank you for your consideration.
The following people do not wish to speak but are opposed to the project. That is Bonnie Varner, Becky Miles, Craig Miles, Sandra Wesner, Jim Wesner, Bill Varner, Bonnie Varner, Judith Holm, Ernest Holm, Lynn Watkins. Our next speaker who is opposed is Pauline Stanek.
That is fine. Go ahead and come forward and state your name, just so we get it correctly and your address, and thank you.
My name is Slobodan Stevanovic, and I live on 11244 West Rosette Drive in Nampa. So I'm against this increase in the number of units, and I would prefer not to approve it. So somebody asked here how the neighborhood looks. So this is how the Copper River Basin looks, and this is right north of the property. This is another view of the property. Oh, sorry. This is the extended also Copper River Basin, and this is the Carriage Hill community, how it looks now. So what I want to point out, and this is a single home that it's now for sale, and it's built on 1.37 acres, right across where they're making to make an entry to their property. So when you're looking here on the map, where is the project? Copper River Basin, it's on the top. On the bottom, it's Carriage Hill North, and that small kind of trapezoid look next to ENC on the left, that's that single property on the 1.3 acres. So what I want to point out, I used the Google Maps and the map that they presented, and approximately that strip of parking lots, it's 900 feet long. So when you compare that to the Walmart, the aisle, one aisle in the Walmart, it's 300 feet. So if you look at it, 900 feet, it would be that yellow line. I measured it. So now you get an idea how big it's that strip of parking spots. So I'm opposing that, and what on zoning and planning meeting, they said that supposedly everybody who bought the house, they needed to know that the apartment buildings are going to be, or townhomes, basically, and that we should expect, because it was approved. Even though some papers said that I have a residential development agreement that stated that it should have been canceled after 2 years of approval if they didn't break the ground, but I guess it didn't happen. So if we were expecting to get some of the homes, like the builder shouldn't be expecting to piggyback on something that was done 15, 16 years ago and expect to build more. Like he invested the money knowing for 44 units, so now he wants to increase it. So now if somebody was making a stable here, would you increase it to 2 if they already have permit for 1? So I don't think it's fair to everybody to increase it, and when the townhomes that he's proposing don't look at all like this. It's not going to fit to the neighborhood with the long strip of, basically when you're looking at the parking lot of Walmart, half of this parking lot will fit on that strip. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So can we go back? I just want to make sure that the people that said they did not want to speak, that no one was present that wanted to speak, that had changed their mind. I just want to give opportunity. Okay, so I don't. I just wanted to ensure, we quickly went through the list of those that signed up that were opposed. We read all their names, and they said they did not wish to speak. But as we went through that, I wanted to make sure, because earlier there was somebody that had changed their mind and wanted to speak, and I just want to make sure we give opportunity for that. So you're one of them? Yes. Okay.
What was your?
Mark Schumacher.
Okay.
And I'd like to direct my time to Mrs. Ziegler.
Okay. I'd say you'll have 3 minutes, so you're granting your time, so it'll be a quick 3 minutes. Okay.
What a friend and neighbor.
Sorry.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Higley again, 12441 South Abbott Downing Way. I just wanted to finish what I didn't get a chance to. So we would much prefer detached single-family homes, but we know that's on the table tonight. We feel that townhouses can be a great option when included in a master plan community, which includes many amenities, and with the freeway, jobs, shopping, goods, and services close by. But that is not the case here. We also do not feel that townhouses are compatible with the existing neighborhoods that surround this property, and that they will have a harmful effect to the open rural character of the area, which is what drew many of us to choose Southwest Nampa as our home. Some of us have come from all over the country, and we chose Nampa to retire in. It's a great place to retire, but it's far away from a lot of things. We wish that the city would have begun the termination and zoning reversal process as mentioned on page 2 of the 2006 development agreement, when a required 2-year time period from the effective date had passed with no compliance with the commitments stated in the agreement. Shouldn't the termination of a development agreement be standard practice when there is no compliance, instead of it being effective into perpetuity? Perhaps the city can look into doing that in the future. So since your hands are tied between these two agreements, please heed the voices of your constituents and deny this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Cheryl.
That's all I had to say.
Thank you. And thank you to your neighbor for giving you the time to finish. So, okay.
So our next speaker is Pauline Stanek, who is opposed to the project.
Hello, my name is Pauline Stancic, and I'm thankful that I'm able to address my concerns with you. I came from a city in another state, and I saw what happened to our city. It went very quickly downhill because they were overzealous in getting a lot of people into new homes and so forth, and the city just burst in just growing quickly. And there wasn't enough infrastructure to support all of the new homes. And I just saw it just went downhill really quick. And I really hoped that that wouldn't happen in my new city that I moved to. And I love the beauty in the surrounding areas, and I hope that it would stay like that. But obviously, things are changing. Stevens Place is already built, or going to be built, already approved. So that's another one that we have to add to all of the stuff that's going on. In December, when it was freezing cold, wind blowing, a bunch of people came out. We listened to the developer and what he had to say. he listened to us, but basically there was not an agreement. We unanimously wanted single-family homes. We did not want any duplexes or, apartment-looking type things. And because we also felt that it did not fit in with the community. And as I spent all of my retirement money to get my house, I'm in Meadowcrest too. And I agree with everyone that was here about the same type of issues. And so I'm just hoping and praying that you guys will just please hear us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next two individuals, Denise Martinez and Jordan Martinez, are opposed and they did not wish to speak. Is that still? Okay. Our next speaker is Blair Wade, who is opposed.
Hi, my name is Blair Wade, and I live at 12921 South Vercelli Way in Carriage Hill West. So I'm just going to touch on one point. The developer said that he really wants to focus on bringing diversity here and young people. There's a lot of young people in Carriage Hill West, I can attest to that. So I'm 26, I have 2 young kids. My husband and I worked really hard to get that house that we built 2 years ago. And I'm opposed to townhomes because, I came from Caldwell and I just worked really hard to get my dream house. My dream house was Carriage Hill West. And over in that area, we have Stella's Point, Carriage Hill West, Carriage Hill North, The Ridge, Red Hawk. That's a really nice part of Nampa, okay? So I understand why people like me want to live over there, but I just, like everyone else, people spent their retirement to get those houses. People are spending everything that they have to get those type of houses. Townhomes don't fit with the lifestyle we have over there. It's not, and I know that sounds selfish, but it's just, you live over there for a certain way of life, and townhomes, whatever it is, doesn't fit. And then, according to his plan, just like the rest of us, we all have a bunch of green space, but where's the water coming from? We don't have water, so that's a really big point that should be addressed if this does get approved, which I'm very opposed to this, just if that wasn't made clear. But I just feel like the landscaping issue needs to be different. There should be more rocks, less grass, less. HOAs require grass, but I think we should start as a city, if we're gonna approve developments, start leaning away from that type of green space. And then to touch on another point, the 2006 plan that was approved, it's 15, 16 years later, why is that still a thing? That should have been over and done with forever ago. So why do we still have that approved? I guess that's my main question is, we didn't expect this growth. No one could have known that this growth was gonna be this fast, this huge. So why are we settling for that if that wasn't built 15 years ago? So that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Dana Miller, who is opposed. Our next speaker is Marlon Salea, who is opposed.
The name again?
Marlon on Trover Carriage Hill. Is that Marilyn? Well, I bet that is. I apologize at how it was entered.
So what is the address?
West Troyer Carriage Hill.
Is that you? Did you want to
Maryland.
speak? I don't need to speak. Okay, and opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Opposed, okay.
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone else signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Do we have someone online?
We
Thank
have
you.
2 people, John and Rena Byer.
Okay. So John or Rena, are you online? And how are they doing with the muting? Are they unmuted?
They're still showing that they're muted. They have to unmute themselves.
Okay. Are you guys able to unmute yourselves?
They said they are opposed but don't want to speak.
Okay, so they are noted as opposed and do not wish to speak. Please text, well, they can probably hear me. Thank you so much for being patient and waiting this time. This has been a long time for you to wait online, so thank you for your patience. And you are so noted as opposed to not wishing to speak. So is there anyone else here that had intended to speak that did not have the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing no one. And then Rodney, there's no one else online? Rodney and Parker? Is there anyone else online? Thank you. Okay, so before I have you come back, Atul, is it Atul? Thank you. So I would like staff to come forward, please. And I'd like us to address several items that were brought forward. And just so you know, the process in a public hearing is that the applicant gets to close. And so that's why I'm going ahead and having staff come forward, because I would like staff to answer, and then we'll make sure that there's agreement in the issue. So I think there's a couple of things that have come forward. The first one was density. The second one that I would like you to address is the original development agreement was the height restrictions and what was being proposed then versus now. So that we understand, because there was some talk about height. So I just would like to clarify that. And then I had written the duplexes and triplexes. So I think that was a discussion that came forward. So if you can address all of those, and then we'll follow.
Yes, and I've got a couple other things also.
Okay.
As far as the density, let me go to the development agreement first. So the height, as it states in the development agreement, gives some design as far as a second story. Our RD requirement only allows 30 feet, so they wouldn't be allowed to, go above 30 feet.
Is that a two-story?
It would be technically a three-story, but there's no specific restriction in the current development agreement as far as height.
So the current development agreement has no restriction on height.
It just gives some design elements as far as the second story being set back from the first story.
Okay.
The concept plan specifically says duplexes and triplexes, so they are not townhouses.
So the 30-foot restriction you were talking about currently
In our RD code.
has a 30-foot restriction.
Correct. So
Okay.
they would be restricted to that height.
To 30 feet, but you can do a three-story in 30 feet, is that correct? Yes.
Just as a clarification, is that to the second or third floor plate line? It's not considering the roof itself,
Mayor and council, that's to the top plate.
to the top plate, so the roof would be on top of that.
Correct.
So
The
it could
roof
actually
would be,
taller.
it could be taller than 30 feet. It's just okay. Thank you. I think that's important, as we've heard a lot of testimony. I think it's important for the people here to understand what is actually allowed in the area and what they're currently entitled to do. So go ahead.
Another point on that is that's the same requirement as in a single-family zone, RS zone, so.
Same requirement? Okay.
We can discuss the net density. I can break down how that's calculated. So as the applicant mentioned, and as one of the public mentioned, there's a difference between net and gross, right? So as the applicant has mentioned, the gross for the density for this development is 7.1. I can't remember specifically. And he stated that it was less than what would be allowed in an RS6 zone. But he was confusing the net and gross. So if you look at this chart here, the net for the RS6 is actually at 7.26. But the gross that would be allowed for RS6 is 4.86. So there's a difference between those. So he was comparing the gross for RD versus the net for RS6. In calculating the net, the code that it falls under is 1027.3 C2A that talks about defines buildable acreage, which is the acreage of a parcel that remains after the acreage of pre-existing restricted non-buildable areas. You take out the public right-of-way, the required landscaping buffer, and the qualified open space, and you subtract that from the total acreage. Where in this case, he's not dedicating public right-of-way. This is all private streets, so the lot lines go to the, not necessarily the center of the drive aisle, but they're within the drive aisle. So those are all included in the lot area. And as Councilman Haverfield pointed out, yes, it's different than how Meridian does it, but this is, within our code, so that's how we've done it. Let's see. There was discussion about the public meeting being held on the site in December.
Parker, sorry, can I interrupt you for just a second? Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to just, it's getting loud, just kind of summarize gross and net density. Gross is used for annexation. It's when we don't have the details of a project. It's to determine whether it's compliant with our comprehensive plan. So we don't have a plat right now. So we can't use net density. We don't have the actual sizes of each of those lots. And so we can't determine net density until we have that. Net density, on the other hand, is when we get a plat and we review it to make sure it meets our code. This is a complex thing. We go through a detailed process of figuring out whether it complies with our code and whether it complies with the densities addressed in the comprehensive plan. That's our job. That's staff's job. When the public or others try to interpret that and try to make sense of all of it, it becomes challenging because they don't know what the definitions are. And so that's why I would just caution us to not get too wrapped up in net versus gross, but a developer, when they present it to staff, we do look at that and they need to comply with net density when it's a plat presented to staff. So again, this project complies with the gross density right now. The net density will have to be met according to our code when it's presented as a plat.
Rodney, thank you. Councilman Haverfield does have a question.
So just to follow up, Rodney, then, the plat that's shown in our report on page 497, that is a proposed plat for this development, though, correct?
Councilman, so that's kind of the stem of the issue, is that the concept plan that was submitted states it's a plat, but it's not a plat. And he since revised it to be something a little different. As you can see here, this is the current concept plan. It doesn't have the lot lines. It's just a basic layout, essentially, with the units shown.
That's what was causing me some confusion, too, when looking at it. It didn't appear to be compliant with our lot widths anyway.
Right. And in regards to the plat, when that does come in, they have to show the lot dimensions so that we can easily calculate that net density, what parts are going to be included in the calculation and what's not. It's impossible to calculate that based on just a concept plan, really.
So back to my question, is the road system a part of the, is it taken out to create the net density?
The internal roadway in this case, if the applicant proposes lot lines in the center of it, they would be included in the lot area.
And just for clarity, because it's not considered a road, we're part of the driveway to these properties. It's not considered a public roadway. It's a drive aisle with parking. So they can, in this situation, they can take a lot line out to the center of that. Whether you think that's appropriate or not is another matter, but that they are allowed by code to do that.
We need to have that in our next workshop.
Okay, so you heard the comment. Okay, we'll have it in our next workshop. Okay, so Atul, I know that you had a question, and is it a clarifying question that you have, or is it something you want to reserve for your comments? You can save them for your comments, okay. So, all right, is there more?
I just wanted to clarify when the public are stating about the public meeting requirement being held on a December cold night. We require them to hold it within a site, within a certain distance of it, and there was no place for him to do that. So we've since adjusted our public meeting requirements to allow, a larger vicinity to hold those meetings in.
So that they're not.
So it wasn't on the applicant that occurred. It was just a situation that happened within our code.
Okay, thank you. So, but actually, I'd like to ask staff before the applicant comes, do you have council, do you have any questions as a follow-up to this discussion right now before we move on?
Just, Mayor, confirmation, two things. So the original 2006 plat did have garages. As you know, I'm kind of obsessed with the garage thing. Okay.
Mayor and Councilman, yes, they do have garages, and if they were to develop it, they would be held to those garages.
Okay, and then just the comments that came, and we've gone over and over it, but 2006, there was comments, there was 2 years where that could have been dismissed or whatever. So that just did not happen. So legal, maybe that's a legal question too, as far as 100% no change is what I'm trying to ask.
So Mayor and Council, they have 2 years before we can even start the process of annulling that development agreement. Typically, we don't go through that process because most of the time we put requirements on them to address concerns from the neighbors in that area. So in most cases, it's according to it helps the neighbors to address concerns they have. A lot of times that's what a development agreement is for. So no matter who buys that property in the future, they are required to meet those conditions. We do have a process to annul that development agreement. It takes 6 months after we notify them, and frankly, it takes a lot of staff time and cost to do this. We go through the process. And essentially, we have to go back to, if it's a rezone, we have to go back to the original zone that it was zoned before we got the development agreement in place. When there's an annexation, there's no zone to go back to, so it basically gets rid of all of those conditions that you would place on a property with a development agreement. So if you would like us to look at development agreements, we certainly can, but it's on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes it's going to be really beneficial to the neighborhood to address concerns about density or height or landscaping or whatever, but we're happy to look at those if you want to. It's just a timely process. It takes a lot of time to go through. And
So Mayor, future discussion, but maybe that could also be, I know we've already discussed it some in past workshops, and maybe further discussion. My main concern, and I'll make a statement, then I'll be quiet, is we have folks that move in to a development area having no idea whatsoever what an empty piece of land is plotted to do or destined to do. And of course, we don't have real estate people, and so I'm not talking about integrity here, and I think a lot of them are not aware either. But there's no one informing new residents what potential possibilities could be near them. And that's what and I don't have an answer, and I don't like bringing up a bunch of challenges and problems without an answer, but we need to formulate somehow at least a partial solution for the future.
So we'll just make so noted workshop. Next workshop, we can talk about this topic and how we should address that as we move forward.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
Parker, as a follow-up then, the original development agreement in 2006, concept plan that was a part of that, was that meant to be a preliminary plat at that point? That the development agreement is tied to this image that we have?
Councilman, they would have to subsequently come back and subdivide it. So there was no subdivision applied to this concept plan.
But the rear load concept is, it's kind of blurry on the screen, but the rear load concept that was developed initially with the frontage roads and the separation to the north and south boundary lines, that concept would be tied to the development agreement.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, having been here that long, there was a plat on this done. It was around the time of the 2008 crash. And so that plat expired. Unlike a development agreement that is a contract that runs with the land forever, preliminary plats do not. And so it was expired and was null and void after that.
So the original development agreement of 2006 isn't tied to this image then?
No, this is the concept plan from that. There was a subsequent preliminary plat for
Right.
the Malika
Okay, but that
project
went
is what
away,
it was.
but as far
It
as
went
the
away.
original development agreement is tied to this type of a concept?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Parker before he has a seat? Okay.
Mayor, I do really quick. So if I understand this correctly, we can at a city level change that to where, because we've run into this before where a developer will purchase a piece of land, they'll do this process, and then our hands are tied 16, 20 years later, and developments happened around it, and now we're stuck having to do something that, you know, was like way back then, and now it's not compatible. So we at a city level can make changes to that. Is that correct, or is that above us at the Idaho state level?
Mayor and Councilwoman, there is language in all of our development agreements that give us the opportunity to go back and go through a process to
Rescind?
rescind it. I would look to legal to clarify that perhaps.
May I have a clarifying question? Are you asking about tonight's process, if we can make a change to the prior development agreement? Or I'd like to be clear on the question.
Yeah, I'm just speaking more in general, just because it has been an issue. But I mean, as far as this one goes, I would like to see it go back to more of what it was already agreed to be. So we can talk about that. But I'm just speaking in general terms. Is that something we at a city level can change, or is that more of a state level? Does that make sense?
I'll let legal answer that question. It's
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jangula, we can bring that up at a workshop, but LUPA doesn't mandate the timeframes for development agreements. So you have that ability to control that in your ordinance, but it does require a public hearing process to do that. So that's kind of a future big picture thing for you all to look at.
So we'll come back and address that at a future time. But for tonight, this particular decision, we can, I just want to make sure, and so everybody understands also, that the current developer has the option to move forward with the entitlements that have already been given in that development agreement. So we can create a new development and approve what they have suggested as we move forward. If we deny it, they still have the right to move forward with the development agreement that is currently in place. So so that everybody understands that, we cannot go back and rescind the rights that they already have been given in 2006. So at that, we'll go ahead and move to Altul. And you can come forward and we may have questions for you, but thank you.
Thank you, everyone, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. So I took some notes, and let's try to discuss on that. So I'd like to remind this body, just to refresh your memory, because last time when I met you, then you encouraged me to go through P&Z for this 56 unit. You had a long discussion. The Honorable Attorney also gave his opinion that you cannot change or revoke the old development agreement. So after that, you encouraged me to go through P&Z with 56. That's why this number came, means all this process went. If you did not encourage me, I wouldn't go through that. So that's why I spent another 6 months or more than that. So that's why I was kind of sure that there would not be so much discussion here. But anyway, it's good to have clarification. And another thing is actually the 15% for parking, 51,000 square feet for parking and playground, and 42,000 square feet for open space. I'm not bound to have those based on the city code. Parker can confirm me, because when I applied this was not required. But that 15% requirement is came later, but it's not requirement when I submitted it. So actually this 51,000 plus 42,000 are the additional, which is I'm proposing here. So, and if I want, I can cover up the canal and use that for other purposes. For example, maybe I can shift my playground or the road there. But I kept those to have some water body near that. So which is, I think, better. So, and I think I made all the density requirement. There are so many discussion about density. Staff reviewed this since 2020. So it's already more than almost 2 years that they are reviewing my density plan. So there was no objection from them about the density. And some of the neighbors mentioned that he did some math showing that my density is 56 divided by 2.8 is 20.3. I think this is not correct, because let's assume what would happen for that 44 unit. It would also fail based on his calculation. So those density calculations are not correct. And building height, in terms of building height, actually, we are proposing for 2-storied. So it's less than 30 feet. I think the approximate is 23 or 4. I think 23, but it's 2-storied. So nobody will use binocular to look at the others, because the neighboring subdivision has same height as ours. So height is not a concern. And another thing is people complain that they didn't know that there will be townhomes. I think this is their lack of due diligence, because I'm quoting from the Honorable Chair of P&Z Commission. She mentioned that she lives in the Copper River Basin subdivision, and she knew that when she bought it, that there will be some apartment in that area. So this is quoted, I'm quoting her actually. So if you look at the video, she's told that. And another commissioner, he also mentioned that who doesn't know that there will be apartments here, then their agent might not have informed them. So these are 2 comments from the P&Z commissioners. And I'm quoting Rodney from last meeting, P&Z commission. He mentioned that there is high demand for this kind of housing in Nampa now. So this will help Nampa in terms of housing. And another clarification is I can actually build 48, not 44, even if I go with old development, because based on the discussion, and the city rule says I can increase by 10%. So 10% means 4. So 44 plus 4 is 48. So now the difference is 56 or 48. So these discussion actually happened in P&Z commission. So either 48 or 56. And after all the discussion, P&Z commission was approved the 56. And another comment I already mentioned, that the diversity, that many people are saying that it is a closed kind of community. Many people came here for retire, but we need to have the diversity in our community. Otherwise, our economy will be stagnant. Let's say, if all the retired people are here, of course, it's a good place for them, and we want them. But as well as we want young people to move in, because this will be first home buyers' home. So there will be more diversity. Few other comments. Oh, another is the lot line. Honorable Commissioner Randy, you mentioned that how is our parking lot aligned, or what is the line for those parkings? Actually, those are based on the discussion with the honorable staff members. So we reviewed those plats multiple times, and since we didn't see any issue, we went ahead and submitted this. And a few other comments. I think that's all from my side. If you have any question, I'd be very happy to answer those.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions?
I do, yeah, Mayor. I'm just wondering why sit on it for 16 years before developing it? And then why are you changing it now versus what it was already approved to be?
Oh, actually, I owned this property in 2020.
Oh, okay.
So I got it from the previous owner.
So you weren't a part of 2006
No,
when that
I
happened?
was not. But I knew that this is RD zone. So I tried to follow all the requirements of RD zone from the very beginning. But I wanted to make it look very beautiful. So that's why I did not max out the density. So even for my 76 unit, that was not max out. So I had 1.78 acre extra land compared to the minimum requirement of RD. Now I'm proposing 56. This is way below the limit for RD zoning.
Would you be willing to do something, modify it to make it look something more like the original agreement? Or are you kind of set on pretty locked into what it is that you've proposed to us tonight?
So as I told you in the beginning that this body actually encouraged me with the 56 unit after having 3 hours of discussion. So otherwise I would not spend another 6 months. Okay. So the difference, as I told you, that 44 can be changed to 48 based on the city law without doing any hearing or anything, because 44 plus 10%. So now the question is either 48 or 56.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say also, I do like the amount of green space that you have, and
Yes,
I like
yes.
the location of where you put your parks. So
Thank you so
that is
much.
aesthetically appealing. and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do
Thank you.
appreciate that.
If you have any suggestion to modify how it to make it look more beautiful, we are very open to do that. For example, we reduced the number of parking, added bike stands, and added more like islands for trees. So based on the recommendation from PNC, if you guys have those kind of recommendation, we are very open to do that.
Before we close public hearing, Darrell, you have a comment about garages. And if that's going to come up, I'd rather it come up now to where.
You want to state what I'm going to.
Well, it's interesting because this is not time for discussion. However, once we close public hearing, we can't hear back from
Yeah.
the applicant. So if you were going to be suggesting that these townhomes have duplexes, garages, the duplexes have garages or townhomes have garages, I think now would be the time to find out, to mention that, so that he could comment on it. But so I
will not be, the original plat had garages, okay? And for that reason, the 4856 doesn't really make a whole lot of difference to me, if that's the case. But if you do not have places to park, at least one per unit to park enclosed parking for a car, I will state right now, I will not be voting, I will be denying this. So if you want to make some.
So even if it
some
was
changes.
56, if the townhomes have garages, that's
But what
your
I know
point.
is the original from 2006 had
Had
garages.
garages.
I confirmed that and clarified that. So I do not want these neighbors looking at a bunch of cars everywhere parking,
I see.
okay? So,
Actually, yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing this, even though I had another meeting with this body before. If you would tell me, then we could
and
modify them.
if that's the case, I don't know if we have minutes or if our staff have some minutes. I don't know where the 56, I'm not recalling. And I can use the same excuse our president used, age maybe, where I do not remember from the 76,
No, I'd
76 to 56.
Encourage discuss.
But anyway, I apologize, but I think this council, I've been on it long enough. People know I do not like cars sprawled all over the place and guests and so on, especially in a neighborhood where probably most of them have 2 and probably most of them 3 car garages.
Actually, we didn't thought about it, but if this is a condition, we will definitely follow that. But we need to discuss with our architect. But since we didn't hear this feedback before, this is the first time we are hearing.
And I repeat, I apologize
No, it's fine, completely
if
fine.
that was the case. I'm the first to admit that I'm very, very human. So, okay?
No, it's fine. It's fine. So, yeah, again, if this is the must to have, we are open to do that. But if it's must to have, then we need to discuss. Maybe it might improve our site plan also. We want to improve the site plan. So let me know that if this is a must-have or this is a
Yeah,
good to have.
I'm only speaking for one out of, well, tonight, 5, soon to be 6 individuals. So I'm only speaking for myself.
Mayor,
Okay?
put 2 on that.
Okay. Okay. So
say
are
that
there?
again? Oh, okay.
He just agreed.
Oh.
So we'll probably discuss this after we close public hearing.
Sure, okay.
So-
I think we will add parking garage.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Council,
Sure.
do we have any other questions for our applicant before we close public hearing?
Mayor, this is
Yes.
Rodney. I'm sorry to jump in here. There was a question about the 10%, the 10%. Sorry. Let's try this one. There was a question about increasing the 10%. There is a comment in our code, getting a lot of feedback, I'm sorry. There's
Set
a,
it back further, maybe from where it was, and try that. I mean, set the, yeah, put the mic there. There you go.
there's some language in our code that says they have to be in substantial conformance to the preliminary plat. And so when a preliminary plat comes in, the final plat has to be in substantial conformance to that. And what that has traditionally been done for years and years and years, frankly, I don't like this, the way this is handled, but traditionally it's been done that they can increase the number of units by up to 10%. This isn't the same here. We're not talking about a preliminary plat versus a final plat. But if a preliminary plat were to come in and got approved with 56 units, and then they came back in with a final plat, increasing that number to 61 or whatever, as traditionally we've said that substantial conformance would allow that to happen. What I would suggest is if the council wants to keep it to 56, you put that as part of a development agreement. That's in my condition. And it's actually, that's right, we talked about this beforehand, and Parker put that in his proposed conditions for this project.
This is conditions of approval or development agreement?
Conditions of approval.
Okay.
Is that 56 would be put in the
That could
development
be,
agreement?
yep, that would be put into the development agreement.
Okay. Okay, council, are there any other questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? No? Okay, thank you. Do
Thank you
have
so
any-
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor King, I have a question for Todd. So Todd, if this is denied, then the original modification is back in full force, right? Okay.
Is that right?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, if this is denied, then the original development agreement is still in place.
Okay. From that, can we as council in a hearing modify that?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, the only way you can modify it is in a hearing.
Okay, so we can.
That's what the application is to modify the underlying development agreement.
Then at that point is when we can go, on the 2006 modification, we can decide what direction to go on this project.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, so you have an application to modify a development agreement. Development agreement is a contract, which means if you propose something to be modified as part of your approval and the property owner doesn't agree with that, then you don't have a development agreement modification. It goes back to the original because you don't have an agreement on the modification.
Okay, thank you.
In other words, we cannot diminish the original development agreement. Correct. Okay.
but we can modify it.
No, no,
No, you said no?
no.
Can modify this one.
This one.
But we cannot modify the original one.
Mayor?
Yes.
So this is a really tough situation. I want the whole audience to know I got family, friends. One of my best friends lives right next to this development, so it's extremely important that we, for me, I really love and appreciate this area, the neighborhoods, lots of patients, lots of friends, lots of family that lives all around this area. And so to me, it's just like a tough situation, because if we deny it, then it goes back and they can put higher structures in there. It sounds like with the garages, but if we approve it and possibly put garages in there, then it will look nicer, it won't be as high. And so I just want to make the statement, I want to do what's best for all of you. And it's a little bit difficult situation. Hopefully Randy can help us out and create something that's good. My fear is we deny it, then you will get, he can go higher. And so the people that live around it, you'll get a higher structure, and it may be worse than if we approved something and put some stipulations in there. Am I wrong, Randy, or?
I think you're fine as far as in your thoughts. I'll share mine.
Please do.
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
It is. Pull it really close because it's not, if we could increase his mic a little bit, it just isn't carrying well.
Sorry.
There you go.
From an architectural standpoint, I've looked at both concepts, and the original concept is a lot more pleasing to me. I don't see that the new revised concept is an improvement on the other, simply because the buildings are more internal, they're not external, so they're not on the exterior property lines. There's a separation, it appears, in the original concept of 50 to 60 feet from the face of the building to those north and south boundary lines. All the garages are internal along a rear access point, so you don't see garage doors. You would see garage doors in this concept that is being proposed to us. So I don't see, from an architectural standpoint, from a personal standpoint, and listening to the testimony, I don't see any reason to support the development agreement modification as presented, because I don't think it's an improvement on the original. That's my personal opinion. You can decide how you want to form your opinion on it, but the number of units aside, I think the original concept with the rear-loaded garages, you can vary the fronts of the building. I've done this in planned unit developments elsewhere, where you can vary the looks of the front of the building because you don't have garage doors. They're all internal, so they're all walk-ups. It's more inviting from a family perspective. So I like the original concept. I don't agree with changing it at this point.
Okay, so we deny it, it will have that original concept, which is
Right.
garage is internal.
And that's why I asked the question if the original development agreement is bound to the images that we have, and it sounds like they are. So if that's the case, I would support, or, I would give the developer clear direction to move down that path. I think you've already got the entitlement to do so. So to come back before us to add more units doesn't make sense, because I don't see that that's an improvement to the development. I like the rear load approach with the alley in the back. It's just so much cleaner along the frontage on both sides. The neighbors would appreciate it because you can vary the roof lines as it goes across there with the duplexes or the triplex. You can set them up as individual ownerships with a 2-hour fire separation wall between them, or you can set them up as duplexes and triplexes and own them. That's up to you, because that's what the original development agreement gave you the ability to do. So that would be my feelings on it.
Mayor, then I'm gonna make sense to me, that's kind of, I think I'll be supporting Randy in that, as some sort of motion.
So Mayor, let's hear a motion, guys.
Just a moment. I have a
Okay.
question.
You got another?
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. This is for either Todd or Rodney. So since there isn't a plat here at this juncture, what happens?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, this is simply for a modification of the development agreement with the concept plan. And then your concept plan and your conditions of approval govern the plat that would have to be brought forward.
Okay.
subsequently.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
any
now you
further
got it.
discussion? No?
Randy?
Okay.
Natalie looks puzzled.
I'm just thinking about in the future, if there's a way for us to, if they don't develop within X amount of years, if we can change that so that we're not, our hands aren't tied. Is that not something the city can do? Is that at a state level?
Workshop that.
And we'll workshop it, so not for tonight. But thank you for
So
thinking.
we don't have to remind Senator Lakey that it's election day
No.
tomorrow.
I knew they weren't talking about us, but forgot about you.
So how would we like to proceed? This is a decision of the council.
Randy?
Mayor, the decision before us tonight was either approve a development agreement modification or not to, and just leave it at that. I think it's that simple. I will make a motion to deny the development agreement modification as presented to us this evening, which allows the developer to move forward again with the original development agreement as was in place in 2006.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to deny. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
And clarification, denial is yes, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Yes, we can take a break. And there we go.
Okay.
So we are on break, and we'll take a 5-minute break.
I don't remember telling him to go back and saying that stuff either. I remember I said something that's not compatible. Go speak to those neighbors. Overrule their.
That's what I'm saying. If that was the case. Something like that. I wish that was hindsight. Actually, because I'm not going to be here. I can
Thank you.
Don't right now, but okay, I will. And then, congratulations. Thank
That's fascinating. Yeah. That's really cool. Thanks for telling us that. Anyway, I know that Sandy.
5 words or less. That's how I do it. Yeah.
You guys got 1 hour to finish. I got dinner.
I'm offering Werther's.
Okay, guys, I think we're ready, and thank you for waiting. Appreciate the break. So Matt, hi, thank you. You were last this time.
Yes.
So here we go. So we are moving forward with 7.5 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is to approve the allocation of the prior year CDBG funding to the 11th Avenue pedestrian ramp and City Acres West Park basketball court improvements as recommended. It was approved in the FY22 budget, and thank you, Matt, for telling us what's next.
Mayor Kling, council, I won't take up too much of your time. We have, as Mayor just mentioned, 2 activities that were approved in this current fiscal year. Were funded in this current fiscal year, and for one reason or another, they both ended up a little bit short on budget. The 11th Avenue sidewalk improvement, I think originally they requested 63.3. As stated in the memo, they were anticipating it to come in at 169, and it came in at 101. So I was extremely happy that we had a considerable amount of money that we can use for something else now. But their budget shortfall was $38,190 for a total of $101,490. I think the proposal later in the action item won't include what would be a change order that mine includes that, just to make sure we don't have to come back before you. And then the City Acres basketball court, originally they were planning to just resurface with asphalt. As also mentioned in the memo, that was deemed by some engineering staff, public works staff, that was probably too deteriorated to actually move forward with that. And so they've been looking at just doing the actual replacement with concrete, which will last a longer period of time, be a little more durable. It won't have to be hopefully resurfaced as often. That one, with their initial estimates, would need a budget shortfall of $69,834 to make that budget whole, which will include some design work for the concrete, and then the rest would go to construction. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mayor?
Yes.
Matt, how many ped ramps are we talking about on 11th Avenue?
If memory serves, I think I want to say it was 6, Daniel?
4 being at one intersection, or are we talking about multiple intersections?
There are multiple intersections, some of which have existing ramps already done.
You know, at 3rd and 11th, when we did our wheelchair challenge, that brand-new sidewalk and those ped ramps were already failing as far as at the curbs. So there needed to be some remediation work done there. I didn't know if this was
At
part of
11th
that.
and 3rd?
Pardon?
At
Yeah.
11th and 3rd?
Yeah, second, the one-way.
second,
The
okay.
one-way going to the west.
I don't think that was included in the scope of work, but
So are we talking further south then on 11th?
it was further south. Yeah, I think it started on, I want to say 5th and 6th.
It's not across from Brick 29.
So Mayor, and I'm going to move to, so where are the basketball courts? At West Park? West Park we're talking about, right?
There's one at West Park and there's one at City Acres, which we just did the playground there, and they were planning to resurface that one as well this year. But so we've already redone the playground, and the basketball court was going to be done this year, but they again, they decided to
So where is the location of West Park, right? Because I know there's basketball hoops right to the east of West Middle School. They have basketball hoops there. But that's not part of West Park. That'd be the school district's
My memory is
responsibility.
it's directly across kind of the parking lot roadway from that big new fancy playground they put in several years back.
Oh, okay.
There was volleyball courts and a basketball court right there, I believe.
So, and it gets a lot of use? Okay, I got it. As long as it's getting used, okay.
And the reason we're at public hearing is we thought it was going to take quite a bit more money. This actually didn't require public hearing, but thankfully we have it so people can give some input. But the amount of money we needed wasn't quite enough for that.
It wasn't enough to require public hearing, but
But
we're
we
here,
weren't
so we
aware
are
at the
doing
time. Yeah, so we had to schedule it that way.
it. Okay. So are there further questions for Matt? Okay, so Matt, just stand tight.
Okay.
So this is a public hearing, and am I seeing that there's no one? Okay, so there is no one signed up to testify. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Please. Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council, what would you like to do?
Mayor, I'll make the motion.
Oh, applicant rebuttal, but, okay, we're done. Thank you.
We don't need any. Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the allocation of $108,024 as presented to us in our packet this evening.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Matt, thank you very much. Thank you for
course.
waiting
Thank
till
you for your
last
time.
tonight. Have a good rest of your evening. Okay, so at this time, we are going to move back to new business, and we are on action item 63, excuse me. 6.3, and this is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order with JUB Engineers for a 5-year transportation plan in the amount of $180,373, time and material not to exceed, and it is approved in the FY22 budget.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.4 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution authorizing the Public Works Director to sign and submit the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Drought Response Program, Drought Resiliency Project for fiscal year 2023 grant funding application, and it has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
And Mayor, just discussion, understanding this is totally for grant, and there's no match or city has to do if we get the grant, correct? Okay, I would like to hear about that, please.
Thank you, Tom.
So, Mayor, Council Brunner, so these, I thought we had in here that's a 50%.
50%.
50%
And
match.
I apologize if I missed that.
So, we're, Mark and his team and Heather are working on a plan on how to cover that 50% through some fund balance, and then also we remember when we did the ARPA presentation, we had some funds set aside for grant match, so that would, we'd propose to use some of that as well.
Okay, right there, I'm seeing it now. So what, so how big are these ponds?
So it's going to be 9 million gallons roughly. So it's about, each pond will be about 2 times the size of the larger water tank on the south side of town over by Nampa Highway District on Highway 45. And so the ponds near the golf course, they're already there, so we just need to deepen them a little bit. And then the other ones, so if you're driving down 11th Avenue towards the north end of the golf course, there's 3 ponds right in a row there to kind of give you an idea of the size of them. The other one over at Lake Lowell will be similar.
So do you line them at all, or?
Yeah, we would want to make sure we don't lose water, because, yeah.
And they're replenished just by rain then after they're filled, or do you actually have?
No, so how, they're basically, that's what it is, it's a storage. So Counselor Bruner, the way the irrigation system works, there's a peak and then there's a decline and a peak and a decline. So the peak comes at night mainly when people are watering, and then the low point's the middle of the day when people are not. So middle of the day, we'll divert water into the pond, and then at nighttime, put it back into the system. So that way, we're not,
Interesting.
the water isn't just going by us anymore. We're actually using it and storing it. This will allow us to actually have less water demand and call for less water.
And final question is, what's the reason we just are coming up with this now? Is this grant just become available, or what's the reason we haven't thought about this 2-3 years ago?
Why do we haven't done the project, or?
Or what, I mean, as far as, because we've had drought conditions before.
Right.
So what has brought this to the surface?
Well, funding would be one reason. I mean, it's not cheap to build any of this stuff. And so, now that there's some grant opportunities and we're
So the grant
opening the door.
opportunity is kind of what has incentivized this to move ahead.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks.
With the recent infrastructure grant, there are grant dollars, and then also with the match at this level, we've got $3 million set aside in ARPA dollars for other projects, and that would help us do this. This is something that's very important.
Oh, I agree.
But in the past, we haven't had any funding opportunity. There was no way to do it. And so right now, we have an opportunity to do it, and I think the timing is such that it's a good time to look at it with the funding.
Mark and his team are working on all the grants and keeping track of all the deadlines, and there's still a whole bunch more different programs coming that it seems like every couple weeks there's another notice of application coming out, and they're looking it over, and deadlines are.
All I can say is go, Mark.
Infrastructure.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay, so I think we were in the process of it had been moved and there was
Yeah,
a
a second.
second. We're in discussion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.5 needs to be heard after 7.5, so we're going to move down to 6.6. Oh, we did? Oh, that was a public hearing. I'm sorry. I'm so used to 7 being old business.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the reason for that? I mean, no biggie, but what's the reason for the change? I got confused. I thought it was going to be at 7 o'clock council meeting tonight.
It actually has to do with the fact that we had not previously numbered proclamations. And when I noticed that, the downside of that is that it actually changes our other numbers. And I'm so accustomed to 7 being old, unfinished business. So it even messed me up. Okay, 6.5 is an action item. This to award the quote and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the 11th Avenue South Pedestrian Improvements Project with Hess Construction in the amount of $95,625, and it is approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Make a comment that even though there was just one bidder, it was Hess Construction, and they do excellent work, so. And the way that this reads, 200,000 was the threshold, and he bid 95,000, so that's even better.
Did we just do roll call or did? We did, thank you. My head is like it's end of day. Item 6.6
No,
is.
I'm sorry.
I'm
We need
sorry,
to
you said we
vote.
did. We did not.
No,
I
I
thought
meant
you, okay.
That you're asking
Thank
for a
you.
voice or roll call.
No, this would be roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.6 is an action item. This is to authorize the engineering division to proceed with execution of the utility relocation cost agreement in the amount of $72,765 with Idaho Power for the Midland Boulevard and Lake Lowell intersection project. This is approved in the FY22 budget and approved by legal.
Signal at Midland and Lake Lowell. Yes. Make the motion.
Jeez.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded, a signal.
Roundabout. No, this is just utilities, so it wouldn't have to be. I do have a question, and it's not regarding this, but I'm getting some citizens that are wondering, because they saw the timeline, and they're wondering why, Jeff, it's going to take so long to get this done. So Daniel's going to be confronted with this,
I
okay?
am so tired tonight.
They want it done, as you know, they wanted it done yesterday, so.
Well, Mayor, Councilman Brunner, had we started when we originally started the project, it would have
With
been
the
built 15
roundabout?
years ago. But
We would have had the roundabout in, and I
we would have had the roundabout 15 years ago. So
Whoa, whoa.
it's true, but, okay. Sorry. The timing is just due to the amount of work and pavement work and everything else that they have to do there. With the conduit, repaving of the roadway, all of that. We've timed it such that we are minimally impacting during school times because there are both of the schools there. But it really does just come down to the amount of work that they have to do in order to do all of the
But my
construction.
understanding is the intersection is going to be totally shut down. It's not where traffic, other than residents living in the area, no other traffic is going to be allowed through day or night, correct?
Correct. The trade-off there, if we allow for traffic, for them not to fully close the intersection, it takes longer to do the project. And so those are the trade-offs we have to look at. And, you know, it's one of those things that Tom and I discuss regularly, whether we move forward with the longer duration and higher costs to the project because of the longer durations, or if we close the road, have the project done faster, still not fast enough that people are happy, but faster and at a typically lower cost than we would have if we had the intersection open during
And like
construction.
most contract, if for some reason there is a penalty in place in the contract if there is delay.
There are liquidated damages within the contract if the contractor does not get it
Thanks.
done in the appropriate time.
All right. I'll just keep taking abuse.
Is the signal in stock? It's here?
We pre-ordered the signal
remember
back
that.
in November. The signal poles, mast arms, cabinets are all here and on site to be used.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys ordering that in advance. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.7 is a similar item. Authorize the engineering division to proceed with the execution of the utility relocation cost agreement in the amount of $112,959 with Idaho Power for the Kings Road and Victory Road intersection improvement project. And it is approved in budget and by legal.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 6.8 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the development agreement for Jack's Place subdivision located northeast of East Louis Lane and Sunny Ridge Road on behalf of the city. It's been approved by legal.
So move.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded.
He's alive.
Got a little
Rodriguez.
too close that time.
What the heck?
Thank you for doing roll call while I'm still laughing. I'm sorry.
Rodriguez.
What?
Rod-
Oh, yes. I was laughing at Randy.
Jingula.
Yeah, what's in here?
Natalie, it's you. It's your turn.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Oh, it's late. Item 6.9 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding with Hayden Holmes of Idaho LLC for the intersection of Happy Valley Road and Locust Lane roundabout concept design,
Amen.
approved by legal and in the budget.
No.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Bauer.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Bauer. Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That woke you up, Mayor.
It did. I mean, like, whoa, you really meant it. Item 6.10 is an action item. This is the engineering division that is requesting the following: that the council approve the language of the TDS easement agreement, that we approve the one-time lease fee for TDS, that they've requested the non-exclusive easement at $8 a square foot, or other fee as council deems appropriate, and that we approve the general location of the requested easement as shown on the TDS plan, and authorize staff and city attorney to work to finalize the easement agreement. So that was not done? Is that correct? The easement agreement is not part of the agreement? Is that a separate agreement?
Mayor, council, they have not prepared the legal description for the agreements.
Okay.
And so this is authorizing us to, once they have that complete, to have it executed is the request.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification on that. So, do you want Daniel to go through this, or shall we just do one motion to approve? Do we need 3 motions, Todd?
Madam Mayor, I'm okay with 3 motions, or excuse me, 3 motions. Late for me, too. 1 motion on the 3 items. This is similar to what you approved before. My understanding it's a different location.
Okay. So a motion would be in order that would be something to the effect that we approve the engineering division's request as stated on the agenda to approve the language, the one-time lease at $8, and then the general location of the requested easement.
So move, as the mayor just stated.
Second.
Question?
Okay.
So it states easements at $8 a square foot, and I got the clarification, it's not lineal foot, it's square foot, or other fee as council deems appropriate. So what does that mean? And we can go $3 a square foot if we want to?
I second that.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that is at your discretion. The previous agreement was approved at $8 a square foot for the lease of the easement.
Okay. The lease of the, so
Or
they're,
the purchase of the easement.
Purchase.
Yeah,
this is what they're paying us?
yes,
Okay.
Well,
So
then
we
I don't
don't
second
want to be
that.
less.
What's wrong
Go $10 a square foot,
yes. This is a payment to the city
and it's per square foot.
per square foot.
I like that. Okay, I'm good.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, no, roll call.
Jangula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That was all 3 items, A, B, and C.
Yes.
Okay.
We're now ready to move on to unfinished business, and we're ready for action item 8.1, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for pre-annexation fees for the City of Nampa Planning and Zoning Department, and the resolution was in our packet and will not need to be read.
We need a motion, or just?
We do.
Yes, we don't have
This
to,
is
we
to
don't have to,
authorize
we don't
the
have to
mayor to
read
sign
this.
it.
I'll authorize the resolution of the City of Nampa, pre-annexation fee for the Planning and Zoning Department.
Is that a motion for?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jangula,
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Now you can read the novel.
Yes. Action item 8.2 is the first reading of ordinance and approval of summary of publication ordinance amending portions of the Nampa City Code in Title II Boards and Commissions, Title VI Police, Title 10 Planning and Zoning for the City of Nampa Planning and Zoning Department, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title II, Chapter 16 of the Nampa City Code, revising Design Review Committee membership and powers, duties, and responsibilities. Chapter 8 regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, and Chapter 10 regarding the Arts and Historic Preservation Commission membership and meetings. And amending Title 6, Chapter 2 regarding kennel licenses. And amending Title 10, Chapter 1 regarding definitions of kennels, certain land uses, residential dwellings, home occupations, swimming pools, lot splitting, and property boundary adjustments, temporary residence, setbacks, and self-storage facilities. Chapter 2 regarding annexation, de-annexation, pre-annexation, and remanding. Chapter 3 regarding use districts. Chapter 10 regarding density requirements. Chapter 12 regarding building height and setbacks. Chapter 15 regarding structure, height, coloring, commercial space, signs, parking, landscaping, and historic buildings. Chapter 21 regarding kennel requirements, Chapter 22 regarding parking, Chapter 23 regarding sign definitions, mural application procedures, removing numbered identification decals, removing sign variances, and adding size limits to electronic message centers used as wall signs. Chapter 24 regarding variances and corresponding applications, notices, and appeals. Chapter 25 regarding mobile home park. Chapter 26 regarding utility areas, building separation and height, density and lot size, buildable acreage and density allowance, qualified open space and maintenance. Chapter 27 regarding establishment and enforcement, plat information, landscape plans, lot area and density, preliminary and final plats, landscaping, open space and land divisions. Chapter 28 regarding section headings, zoning district provisions, deleting certain exceptions, mobile home parks, site plan review, commissioner action, appeals fees, and providing exceptions. Chapter 32 regarding recreational vehicle parks, Chapter 33 regarding landscaping, and Chapter 34 regarding zero lot lines, exterior facades, and fencing and screening, providing for severability, providing a savings clause, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So move as read under suspension of rules.
Second, Mayor, this has the summary of publication included in it. So we're able to start doing that now?
That is different to have it in there. Okay, so we don't need request to pass under, well, the summary of
Summary of
right,
publication is separate.
right.
So
Okay,
do I need to amend my motion to,
Oh, it's already included in there.
okay, so we don't have to do that anymore.
You said under suspension of rules, so that covers everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez. Yes. Jangula.
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Haverfield.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you for catching that summary of ordinance, because actually I hadn't caught that. And so,
Summary of
Yeah.
publication.
yeah. Here it's called approval of summary ordinance,
Yeah.
amending portions. And so what is the difference between summary of publication and summary of ordinance?
Just make up something.
Madam Mayor, I don't know, yeah.
It's after
It's a
10.
wording difference, it means the same thing.
It means the same thing. So the fact that previously we had it listed as a second item, now it's put it into the same, and it means the same thing. It's just a little different word.
Yeah, if you'd like
Okay.
the wording to be more like what we did before, we can certainly do
No,
that.
it's fine the way it is. I just want to make sure that I clarify and I fully understand that. So, thank you. Okay, so now we're ready for 8.3. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to Gateway Business Zoning District and the potential development agreement for Town Creek Apartments for Rama Group, representing Gerald Kuhlman and Stephen Shaw. Yes, requested to pass under suspension of rules. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 016940 and 16896 Idaho Center Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, parcel numbers R30413000, R30411000, and R3041201000, comprising approximately 6.69 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned GP2 Gateway Business, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are to be in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as GB2 Gateway Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And our last action item tonight is 8.4 on the agenda. It's the first reading of ordinance for a zoning map amendment from industrial park to single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, at 16127 North Franklin Boulevard for Albert Bradley. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to provide RS6 Single-Family Residential 6,000 square feet zone designation for certain lands commonly known as 16127 North Franklin Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R22009000000, comprising approximately .38 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Rezoning said property from IP Industrial Park to RS6 Single Family Residential 6,000 square feet, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as RS6 Single Family Residential 6,000 square feet on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Let me say that again. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry, I coughed and I turned my mic off. Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jangula.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes our meeting this evening, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, just quickly, it says, it's been so long ago. Did Dale introduce his family? And I know he's going to, I know he's going to be sworn in, so there'll be more time to do that. But since they sat through all of this, could we at least
It's
have?
pretty impressive. They're not going to ride together again, I
Could
bet.
could we at least get them on record and have them introduce themselves here? I know
Yes.
no one's online anymore, so it's just us, but I assume this is your wife and son, but I'm just assuming.
Hello, I'm Jody Reynolds. I'm Dale's wife. Thank you so much for the honor that you have put on our family. It's very tremendous, and we are so proud of Dale. He's such a person of God and just a wonderful, wonderful guy. So I know that he's going to work very, very hard for the city, and I hope that you guys really enjoy having him with you.
And Mayor, I always get personal. How many years of marriage?
How many?
If you want,
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, he did good. He did good. And so we just celebrated 6 this year.
Okay, I like her already, yeah.
Thank you. And then this is Wyatt. Go ahead.
Hi, Wyatt.
Introduce yourself.
Tell us what you do.
Tell him you homeschool. Tell him you shoot. Tell him what you do.
My name is Wyatt. I homeschool and I shoot.
Keep going.
I've never stood in front of a city council before. I've shot rifle, I've shot shotgun, and I just shot my first pistol not too long ago.
Okay, future MPD. You guys never shoot, though.
Well, we haven't had these in a while, so yeah. We'll get a recruitment brochure out to you.
All right.
Thank you so much for
Thank
hanging
you.
in there tonight. It's been a late night for
It
you,
was
and we
a
look
long
forward to having you join
It's
us.
important for us to teach him about how city government works, and county government and federal government. So
And you
he
get to
needs learn.
understand when your dad comes home late, why, right? Yes. Okay, so I will stand for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Guys, thank you. We're good. Yes.
Yeah,